anything, but you say no. Torí ń tẹ́ fẹ́ jẹ àti ń tẹ́ fẹ́ jẹ. Ẹgbó kó lọ sétí òkun, ẹgbẹ́ pọ̀n lọ sétí òkun. Àdárídé ẹpọ̀n tẹ́ gbé lọ sétí òkun, kí la rí mú bọ̀ ńbẹ̀? Oore wo ní ipa Tinubu ṣe Yorùbá náà? Mo ní oore wo ní gẹ̀gẹ̀? Gẹ̀gẹ̀ tí ń bẹ lọ́nà fún Tinubu, oore wo ló ṣe Yorùbá? Oore wo ní ké rẹ̀ ló wá ṣe ọmọ Yorùbá lénìí? Lórí ọ̀fẹ́ ibi tí mo wà ní èmi náà lọ yọjú ràn díẹ̀. Ráìsì náà is 68,000 naira. Tí wọ́n ń tà nígbà ayé Buhari ní 35,000 naira. Ọláìyá Igwe, you know that you are part of that team tó ṣì Yorùbá lọ́nà, and you are part of that team. Bóyá Tinubu ìbátẹ ẹ̀gbọ́tọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá pé bàbá agbára tẹ́ ẹni ẹ wá lò ó kí orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ó fi dúró, tí orúkọ yóò fi jẹ́ mọ́lẹ̀ gbàgbé láéláé. Ṣùgbọ́n torí pé ìjẹkújẹ tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ jẹ, ẹ fẹ́ gba bẹ́ǹsì, àdéhùn bẹ́ǹsì tẹ́ ẹ gbà ń sìn kọ́, ẹ wá dẹlẹ́yà káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé. Ọláìyá Igwe, you still need to make amendment again. Ẹ sì máa ṣe ẹ̀bẹ̀, ẹ sì máa bẹ̀bẹ̀ míì pé ipa tẹ́ ẹ kó bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ṣe àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá lọ́nà. Ẹ wàá sọ wípé láti òní lọ ẹ jẹ́ á padà, torí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àtiwọ́ àti Jídé Kòsọ́kọ́, àwọn tó sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe Yorùbá nation tó ní rárá ẹ má ṣe Yorùbá nation mọ́. Gbogbo ń tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe pátápátá ni Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu máa ṣe lójú èmi àti ẹ̀yin. Bàbá mi Ọláyọ̀mí kò kí ìyàwó ẹ̀kọ́. Lójú èmi àti ẹ̀yin ni ráìsì ti di 68,000 naira náà. Gàrí kò ṣe é rà mọ́. Ẹgbọ́n náà, ẹ̀yin akúmọ̀ mojú dídì ẹran ṣáwà yìí, ṣé ó dìgbà tá a bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rí òkú ènìyàn lójú títì? Ṣé ó dìgbà tá a bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rí òkú ènìyàn lójú títì kẹ́ ẹ tó mọ̀ wípé ìjọba Tinubu dìgbòlugi ní? Tinubu wọn fara ẹ̀gán ti yan dìgbòlugi máa wà lọ́wọ́ ní ìkórìtà tá a jọ dé yìí. Mo sọ fún èèyàn kan lánàá, mo ní kò ní ìdìpá àǹsá fún kú mọ́, ẹnu ikú gan la wà, kò nílò tí à ń sá fún ikú mọ́. But ẹ̀yin mọ̀, a senator can pocket a 38 million tó tún ní wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ lórí lóṣù, 38 million naira. Ó ní wọ́nranwọ̀nran lórí o, bóyá 28 or 32 ní ti rep. But you see it, Ọláìyá, you know, Emma, ìwọ àti Jídé Kòsọ́kọ́ àtọ̀gá Bello àti gbogbo yín, ẹ mọ̀ pé black market ní Tinubu. Ṣùgbọ́n èyí náà fẹ́ lo avenue yẹ láti grab ń tẹ́fẹ́ grab. Lẹ́fi support Ọláìyá kó lọ gbẹ́pọ̀n sí tí òkun. Ibi tó wọn àti iye máa jábàrọ̀ wọn dé àti ìmọ̀. Ìjájọ sọ̀rọ̀ síbi tí ọ̀rọ̀ wà. Ìbànújẹ́ ńlá ni tá a bá rí ọmọ Yorùbá. Vice President give a friend 10 million naira on the 1st of February with a brand new car. Yes. Aláàtì ìmọ̀ kankan. Ó dìgbà tẹ́ bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rí òkú ọmọ ènìyàn. Tẹ́bi ọ̀pá kú. Ebi. Iṣu ẹyọ kan. Nígbà ayé Buhari a ṣì ń rà ní 600 naira ń pariwo. It's now 1,500 naira. Tó jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe iṣu yẹn tán, tí mo bá rí pé kò sẹ́ni tó ń wò mí, tí mo rí pé mi nìkan ni mo balance, tí ò sẹ́ni tó ń wò mí, mo lè parí ẹ̀ 1,500 naira. Everybody mọ̀ pé inú wàhálà ẹnu ìjẹ̀gbọ́n la wà. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀yin kan nínú ọmọ Yorùbá, ẹ fẹ́ ọjọ́ ọ̀la tó dára fún ìran Yorùbá. Ẹ̀yin kan nínú ọmọ Yorùbá, ẹ fẹ́ ọjọ́ ọ̀la tó dára fún ìran Yorùbá rárá. Ohun tẹ́ ń bá ń jẹ lọ́wọ́, òun lẹ mọ̀. mo fẹ́ fi àkókò yìí sọ fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá pátápátá gbogbo àwọn tó pera wọn ní àtọ̀wé àwọn Yorùbá ṣe múvì tán ṣe múvì mi ìrọ́gbọ́n tẹ́ ẹ kọ́ nu múvì wọn. It's better that you abandon them. They are part of your problem. You hear me? Àwọn tó pera wọn ní Yorùbá tíátà bí sí àṣegbéga Adébóyè ní ṣíátà. They are part of the problem. Wọ́n ń lo Yorùbá to make money. Wọ́n ń lo Yorùbá láti kọ́lé láti ra mọ́tò. But to defend the Yorùbá ó jẹ́ ohun tó burú gbẹ́jà ìlọ́kàn wọn. They are part of the Tinubu campaign. They are part of the Ọmọlódòdé campaign. They are part of the Emilokan. Síbẹ̀síbẹ̀ Emilokan náà èsì tún wo fíìmù wọn. Ìbá ilé tó yẹ ká ẹ fi jẹun. Ẹ tún dà lé wọn lọ́wọ́. It's better you abandon them. Torí pé wọ́n ń ṣara wa. Ọ̀tá Yorùbá ni wọ́n. Anybody that tó jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá tí ò lè jáde síta kó gbójúgbóyà kó sọ wípé ìyà tí ń jẹ Yorùbá yìí agbẹ́dọ̀ fòpin sí ọ̀tá Yorùbá ni. Tàbí tá a bá rí èèyàn kan either minister either general either IG or AIG tó jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá tó sì ń polongo one nation ọ̀tá Yorùbá ni. Irú wọn ìgbẹ̀yìn wọn ò lè dáa torí ń tán jẹ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ làwọn mọ̀ wọn ò rótọ́lá ní orílẹ̀-èdè tá a wà yìí ní ẹ̀yà Yorùbá tá a wà yìí àti rọ́mọ bílíọ̀nìàrí tó tọrọ jẹ àti rọ́mọ bílíọ̀nìàrí tó tọrọ jẹ tó jẹ́ pé tí bàbá ẹ̀ bá ń bọ̀ ilẹ̀ máa rọ́ bàbá ẹ̀ jáyé títí wọn mọ́ lónìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò sí tí ò lè ṣẹlẹ̀. Ṣé àwọn tó jẹ́ olórí wa lénìí tó jẹ́ pé majority of them alájẹtán ni wọ́n tí wọn ò sí nínú àwọn alájẹṣẹ́kù. Mo ti sọ rí bó láwọn bàbá wa máa ṣẹgbẹ́ kan gbà yẹn lọ́run àtàwọn ìyá wa wọ́n ní ẹgbẹ́ alájẹṣẹ́kù lọ́tún ẹgbẹ́ alájẹṣẹ́kù lósì ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tó dé òní ẹgbẹ́ alájẹtán ni wọ́n. Ọba tí ń wa góòlù nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kò wá ọ̀nà àlàáfíà kò wá ọ̀nà ìrọ̀rùn kí ìran Yorùbá kó ní ìsinmi. Torí pé òun ti rí pé orí ọ̀fẹ́ tóun ọ̀fẹ́ máa wa góòlù ti tòun lọ nìyẹn.
Kẹ́sì ẹ̀rìbí tó dé yìí ó ti sú wa torí gbà tí ìyá tèmi mú mi lọ ilé ẹja sílẹ̀ kan àbọ̀nà ọ̀ràn sọ́bọ̀ndẹ́ ńgbà ìyá mi máa dá mi lóko wà kọ̀ọ̀kan ló mú lé mi lọ́wọ́ ní ìsìn sọ́bọ̀ndẹ́ ti di 20,000.
Àrùn jẹjẹ arúgbó tó kú ti pọ̀ jù.
Ní àsìkò yìí ní ọdún tó kọjá ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kan ṣẹlẹ̀ tó jẹ́ kí gbogbo èèyàn máa pariwo kí ni ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ náà lọ́dún tó kọjá.
Ọjà ò yá kò dẹ̀ sí ìkọ̀kọ̀ bí pa wá.
Ọlọ́yin ti pọ̀ jù tẹ́bà lè ràn wá lọ́wọ́ kó kúkú má dàkú ṣòro wa kó fún wa lọ́wọ́ wa.
Ṣùgbọ́n lọ́dún yìí báwo ni nǹkan ṣe rí ìyẹn ẹlẹ́ja.
Àṣìṣe ibi tó dé yìí ó ti sú wa torí gbà tí ìyá tèmi mú mi lọ ilé ẹja sílẹ̀ kan àbọ̀nà ọ̀ràn sọ́bọ̀ndẹ́ ńgbà ìyá mi máa dá mi lóko wà kọ̀ọ̀kan ló mú lé mi lọ́wọ́ ní ìsìn sọ́bọ̀ndẹ́ ti di 20,000. Ó ti wọ́n jù sandini 100,000 ní páálí sandini ẹyọ kan epo méje àbọ̀ ìyẹn ti dé jù.
Ìyá ń jẹ́ wá.
Nàìjíríà sú wa o, ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà everything ti wọ́n everything kọ́ àwọn sí lójoojúmọ́ ni kọ́jọ kọ́ ṣàánú ayé wa o.
Àìmọye àwọn tó ti pa torí oúnjẹ àrùn oúnjẹ jẹ arúgbó tó kú ti pọ̀ jù.
Price of father now is 4,000 naira per ike.
Everybody is receiving it with a tremendous salary. What is happening? I must express my feeling. Everything is so costly to the extent that we cannot even provide to buy even 1 litre of garri. Formerly, I used to buy 1 litre of garri 300, 250. Even if I do a lot of I will buy 200 naira 150. But now it's 800 naira my price. What is happening?
Kálẹ̀ ẹni pé ẹni orí ọ̀fẹ́ láti rí ẹni tó jẹ́ ààrẹ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà báyìí kí ni ẹ̀yin lè sọ fún wọn.
a máa nà án ní.
alẹ́ fẹ́ náà.
ọmọ president wa tó yẹ tó sọ fún wa kọ́ ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí eléyìí pọ̀ jù. gbogbo wa máa kọ Yorùbá rárá ó dójú tì wá nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ó dójú tì wá gbọ́.
ó lágbára o ó kọjá bẹ́ẹ̀ epo 180 naira ó di 650 owó pàtì wọn táyà 50,000 30,000. 770 ni machine.
ṣé mọ́tò.
machine boxer tvs 780 ẹni bá fẹ́ gbà ní sọlúmẹ́sì ní sí 1.2 ni.
ìjọ tí ṣòṣèlú kò bá wọn ṣe rí yàrá mi ni mo ṣe ń kó ṣòṣèlú ọ̀dàlúrú ni wọ́n ń bàlùjẹ́ ní ọ̀lẹ́rẹ́ ní jáde àfikún bá làkọ́ àtìrandíran wọn tọ́jọ́ ń gbádùn wọ́n kó wọn ládìbò bẹ́ẹ̀ni kọ́ bá dìde lórílẹ̀‐èdè iná ara ọrùn rẹ̀ máa sọ. 100 per litre ló ń tẹ̀ pọ̀ sọ orí gbogbo ẹlẹ́ṣẹ́ orí ọjà ìlú rẹ̀ máa ṣẹ́ wọn gbọ́ èrè kátó tajà lójú la tó máa yáwó lọ sọ́jà gbọ́múlé káńtà la fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ o kíjọba bá wá solution ṣe sẹ́ ìjọ nítorí Ọlọ́run. èmi gbogbo ẹja mò ń tà mí tó jẹja kìkì mẹ́ja sè mí kì í mú ẹja sè bó ṣe wà yìí. ibù nǹkan tí mẹ́sàn-án ráìsì kankan tí ń bá gbọ́ ẹ̀ka àrò ẹ̀ka àsán máa ń dọ̀jì ẹ̀ ni mo máa ń gbé pamọ́ ni. ṣẹ́ẹ̀rì nǹkan tí wọ́n ju ìlú yìí ó sì wá o. pálí Titus yẹn 100,000 ní báyìí tó jẹ́ Titus white. èlò náà rà tẹ́lẹ̀ 17,000 lára pálí tẹ́lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kóté tí ń lọ 60,000. tẹ́lẹ̀ máa ra kóté ẹyọkọ 25 2,000 ṣáwá táǹtà ní 70 naira tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣáwá ti di 700. ẹ wo gàrí ló wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ wa 700 ẹ wo kẹtọ́ ń tà ní 700 ní kẹtọ́ ń rà 50 naira tẹ́lẹ̀.
iná nẹ́pà nǹkan ṣe bí náà ń tàn.
ẹ̀kọ́ ní láàrin oṣù. ẹ jọ̀wọ́ gbogbo ìnira pọ̀ kò sóúnjẹ àtijẹ àtimu rẹ́ẹ̀sì ò ṣe é kà ẹ̀wà ò ṣe é kà ẹja ò ṣe é rà gbogbo ò ṣe é rà kó jọ̀wọ́ kó torí Ọlọ́run kó bá a sọ ebi ń pa wá.
All I can say about the present day is people are being forced to the war. Tábà léwúrẹ́ tó bá kọ̀ ògiri á yíjú padà sí wa. Àwọn Nigerians wọ́n ti ń fẹ́ yíjú padà báyìí ìlú ò para rọ rárá. Government should do something before it is too late. We are urging the government to please help the masses. They are there for the help of the masses.
àgbàdo wọn ju ẹjọ eléyìí tí lè jù ó lè jù.
bàbá wò sẹ èmi ló kàn ọjọ́ yẹn ó dẹ̀ ti kàn lóòótọ́ àwa Yorùbá ó jẹ́ Yorùbá ò jẹ́ Yorùbá Haúsá ò jẹ́ Haúsá wherever it's going to be there it's not his permanent seat ó máa fi bẹ̀lẹ̀ ǹjọ́ kan.
ká ní báyìí fẹ́ gba olórí orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lámọ̀ràn abẹ́ láǹfààní àti jókòó tí wọ́n báyìí kí lè máa ní kọ́kọ́ bá a yanjú.
ọba wọn àti àmọ̀ràn tí mo lè fún ọ ní pé epo kó kọ́kọ́ wálẹ̀ nǹkan jíjẹ kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kò dì rọrùn.
ìmọ̀ràn tí mo lè fún ọ ni pé ọmọ jíjẹ yìí kó lọ ọlẹ̀ nà síbi bá kú òní ìṣẹ́bùṣe o.
Professional driver in Topaz Garden. I'll always take people to site. Then July 8th, we are in the site where they are working. We just stand and we just short of gun. Yes, July 8th. That's a black Saturday at Ilamija in Lekpe. We started shooting straight bullets. We started running. Later on, we stopped saying, what is happening? Who is those people? And with police backup, and now stop. Those guys just grabbed me, started beating me, took my phone, my money, my driving license, national ID card, and voter's card in my pocket and took it. Then I put us inside boot, pack everybody inside boot, and drive us down to inside forest. Lying us down, naked us, and cover our face. Say today is our last day. Today is our last day in that Ilamija. What do we do that today is our last day? I didn't know that man before or Ibile. Is that day I saw him in my life. And I say we are assassin. For where? What do you see? This is the key that I hold that day that they saw in my hand. I'm a driver. Why are you telling me all those things? So that you want to kill us now? He said, it's today, and we are gone. one we don't know, maybe it's hunter shout inside bush, say, you people are come again. He said they should pursue the man. And they see the man. And now say, okay, with that naked, we want strong water, dirty water. He said we should go inside there and lie down inside and we'll be bathing. They put some jams to beat me. Today, my pick is not working. Yes, until that time, I'm using glass. Please, I just beg the government, AIG, maybe Mr. President, are inviting this thing. I will be happy. This kind of people is not supposed to be in the midst of people. He's a killer. That's why I want the government to help us. Please, if the man will always kill many people. He died in Lamija, in Epe.
What's his name? Mention his name.
Yes, Said. Said Ibile. Please, I want the government to retire. If governor of Lagos says, God is the state, this kind of thing is happening. Topaz Garden. When they took us that day, around to 7, and now took us inside tinted bus and drive us away. We don't know where we are going to because there is a police there. Those swag that are there. We think that we are going to Adeniji police station. But suddenly, they park us outside in Alagon more than 1 hour plus. They're just going down, go up and down. Later on, like to bring my police motor an hour later. Okay, they took us inside. Immediately, they write, I don't know what they write. In Alagbon, they took us inside the stair. Alagbon Obalende. The Bile took us, it sent those boys and police that took us there. It's not follow us. And then they lock us up. We are there on that Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday in the morning. Yes, in the same Tuesday morning. Well, Madam Fumi from Abuja send his boys come and take our statement. And then they shout all those shouting, those say we are assassin, we are just assassin. We are not assassin. What do you see in our hand? Nothing. I don't know why they go and carry class. I don't know. They put it down. I say it's not for me. It's not me. On Wednesday morning, around 6, they call our name. I think we are going to court. They took us inside bus again, inside bus, take us to the airport, and we drive to Abuja. Go and meet this Madam Fumi again there. We are doing the office. He asked us what is happening. We explained to her. Later, I said we should detain us again. In that Abuja again, they detain us down Wednesday. That we arrive in Abuja at 10. You understand? So that Wednesday, we are there. On Thursday, we are 6 in number.
So how were you people released?
I'm coming. They take us to CP in upstairs in CID quarter. I don't know, maybe they want to with that Ibile. Said Ibile was there that day. He's arrived with those police, those swag. They're in Abuja where we start.
àrọ́jà tàrí kankan ṣe. tọkọ mi ti ń tajà kí ló dé fún àwọn ìṣe o Orí ti bá ní kí n sọ, bí náà kí n sọ, tó wà nínú mi kò bọ́ sí o. Ẹ bá ọbẹ̀ wọn kọ́ ṣe nǹkan yìí kó ní ìsì o, torí pé wọ́n ṣe wáyé àdínà àrọ́jà tààrí kankan ṣe.
Tọkọ mi ti ń tajà.
A lè fọ́ àfọkàn tẹ̀wé láyé ìdìbò fún ọ. Àfọkàn tẹ̀wé láyé ìdìbò fún ọ.
Wọ́n wà láyé gèmú sọ̀rọ̀.
Wáyé kọ́ni kan máa ṣe lùkọ́ tó ṣe ìfẹ́
Pẹ̀lú ọmọ bíi márùn-ún.
láì sí
Lábẹ́ ṣe
1,000 naira.
Àná sí
Láì sí kankan wọ́n tọ́ka ṣé wọ́n bọ̀ sí. Ẹ tó bímọ mẹ́fà. Kí ló ka òdì nígbà mélòó fẹ́ jẹ? Kí ló ní òní nǹkan méjì ló fẹ́ sọ? Kí ló jọ kọ́ ṣàánú fún wa? Kọ́ jọ kọ́ ṣàánú wa ni mi ní ọkọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ. Torí bá ṣe wà yìí, àfọkàn tẹ̀ wọ́n láyé ìdìbò fún wọn. Àfọkàn lé wọn ni. Ẹ jọ̀wọ́ yíbò táwa dìbò sí. Ṣé wọ́n fi wọ́n hàn jàre wa báyìí? Yíbò tá dìbò fún ṣọ́ọ̀n jàre wa.
Ẹ jọ máa kí lẹ rí.
Wọ́n ti ibi àìlè ojú èrè mi ti ń tajà, ọkọ mi wà láyé gèmú tọrọ. Ìgbà tí àná tí mo wá síbà ìtọ́ pè mí, mo sọ pé wọ́n ti síbà wọ́n ní àwọn ò lè dọ́dọ̀ àwọn. Bàtọ́rọ̀ náà dé ṣọ́ọ̀bù láàrẹ̀ lọ́n pè mí pé wọ́n ti tì í. Owó ta ní sí àti fún ọmọ lọ sí sùkúl. Ṣé tó bá dé tá pàtẹ táwọn náà pàtẹ kí ni kò jẹ? Anóbìnrin anọkùnrin ṣé kò máa lọ ṣaṣẹ́wó ni? Kọ́ ṣàánú wa àná náà méjì. Ibà ìlàsíje láti mọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀ níwájú ẹ̀rẹ́ lómi ò nà kan. Ó pọ́pọ̀ nu wa. Ẹlòmíì tí ò bá dé ọjà ní àárọ̀ yìí kó ta ọjà kò lè rówó mú lọ sílé débi fún àwọn ọmọ máa jẹun ní ọjọ́ kejì. So eléyìí tó ṣe fún wa yìí sí àwọn ọgbà tó máa tú wálẹ̀. Kí wá ní ká ṣe ṣé ká lọ tọrọ bárà ni? Kò dẹ̀ sí management ẹ̀ lè mú 1,000 dání. Ẹni ẹ fẹ́ fi manage. Tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́ bá mú 1,000 dání. Ẹ̀rọ ráìsì ẹ̀ ra ta. Nísìnyí 1,000 dìgítà ráìsì ni. Gáàsì tẹ́lẹ̀ fi ṣe ń kọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ fẹ́ rè dù kò ṣe manage. A dẹ̀ máa fi nǹkan kan jẹ́ àbá máa direct nìkan sórí iná. Kó yẹ kó fẹ́ da ata sínú ata tí wọ́n. Kọ́ ṣàánú wa ní nǹkan kan tàbí kọ́ ṣàánú wa.
Ibi ni mo dúró tí mo kó balẹ̀ dání báyìí. Àwa ló kàn. Ṣé ohun tó wá kàn wá rè? Ṣé ibi ló fẹ́ kàn wá ní kó máa yẹ kí ibi kàn wá nǹkan yìí pọ̀ jù wá lọ? Ọlọ́run ò jẹ́ kó pọ̀ jù wá lọ ni ó pọ̀ jù o.
Una welcome o, greetings. Mona no vex. Una dey hear me? Please o, indicate if you can hear me o, because I no dey see anything dey move for my screen. Abeg, una dey hear me? Let me get an eye. Oh yeah, if you dey hear me, biko. Are you people hearing me? Please oh, are you hearing me? Cause this thing I don't know, the thing they do pano for my eye, so I can't really identify whether you can hear me or not.
The protesters, who are mostly youths, were seen carrying various placards along Airport Road and also along Murtala Muhammad Way in Kano metropolis and chanting, "We want subsidy on petrol back, open Nigerian borders, address the rising fall of the Naira, people are dying of hunger, all due to high cost of food." They also claim they can no longer send their children to school due to financial constraint.
What our leaders are doing to us, the masses, is so unfair, and we have been pushed to the wall. Life is so difficult. Our children can no longer go to school due to hunger and our inability to pay their school fees. Prices of food items keep increasing on daily basis. Our borders are closed. We want it open.
We are really suffering in this country. A bag of local rice in the market is around 60,000 naira. We can no longer afford it. Our children are just sitting down at home. There is no money to pay for their school fees. This is not what we expect from the government. The youth vowed to mobilize more people on the street to show how unhappy they are over the rising cost of food items in the market as they can no longer afford it. They are asking President Bola Tinubu to urgently open Nigerian borders and also restore the payment of subsidy on petrol. The closure of Nigerian borders is one of the major things that plunged the country into serious hardship. Also, US dollar is not our official currency. The naira needs to be strengthened, and we want the government to continue the payment of subsidy on petrol. Since it was removed, prices of food and transportation have increased.
There is hunger, there is poverty in the land, and there is no money. Things are so expensive in the market. The prices of food items keep rising.
Just last week, scores of women, including widows, took to the streets of Kano to protest the increase in the price of flour in the state. The protesters, who sell local bread, also known as gurasa, while marching on the street with placards on Friday, lamented that the soaring price has crippled their source of livelihood. Ayo Adinaye, Arise News, Kano.
If anybody tell me, say, very soon we'll be hearing lamentation like this, I go doubt small. Oh my God, I don't laugh tire for here. Emilio Con, it is calling all of them one after the other. One after the, you don't they touch everybody. Yeah. Una here, they see how many truckload? 41. Is it 41? Hey, how they take up that thing again? Mona Novice. I need to tell una accurately. Oh, oh yeah. Yeah. They say una EFCC, Nigeria EFCC arrest 41 suspects. They come impound truckloads of lithium in Kwara State. Na the one wey dem report be that so we no know how many they don thief hide. Truckloads of lithium for Kwara State. Where all the Yoruba Ronu? Where are they? Where are the Emilio Cons and the minions? Kene, I see you came in hot. You were blowing hot. You say I should leave South Africa out of this. I no go leave South Africa, abeg. The ones when the Nigerians when they dey South Africa, because they don already dey send threat out. Say if Super Eagles win Bafana, no be Bafana they call am, how they say they call their team. Say in fact they send out memo. Una not read that for my community page. They send out memo. Nigerian embassy for South Africa send out memo. Make dem dey careful of where they go. Abi, ma read down now. Since all of us dey here, abeg, ma no protect my people. The small one wey remain. You know, say they say they kpai people up and down for Nigeria. Mo will just keep quiet, make dem finish all of them. Abeg o, see Anna, see the memo. High Commission of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for Pretoria. E say advisory on safe conduct for Nigerians in South Africa before, during, and after 2024 AFCON match between Super Eagles and Bafana. Okay? The attention of the Nigeria High Commission Pretoria has been drawn to potentially inflammatory online comments made by a section of South African citizens against Nigerians living in host country, largely influenced by the upcoming 2024 African Cup of Nations semi-final match between Super Eagles and Bafana on Wednesday, 7th February 2024. Most of the comments consist of veiled threats against Nigerians cooking jollof rice, in air quotes, before the match and showing pepper to Nigerians if the Bafana lose to the Super Eagles, among others. In this regard, the High Commission hereby advises the Nigerian community to be watchful of their utterances, be mindful of where they choose to watch the match, especially in public places, and refrain from engaging in loud, riotous, or provocative celebrations should the Super Eagles win the match. Additionally, Nigerians should maintain the good conduct they are known for and be law-abiding before, during, and after the match. Should any provocations arise, they should not be reciprocated but reported to appropriate communities. Keep quiet. I no understand. When they do the same thing for Igbo for Lagos State, I no come here come shout. I no understand though. No shout again. No talk. They still be my people. At least while we can, not be the reason why person dey get voice be that. May just see the note, may see the memo, may all keep quiet, do as if I not see am. All of us follow the shout now. All of us no like wetin dey happen for Nigeria, including me myself. I be Igbo, I be you no know. They don tag me Igbo, you know when, you know since when. Abeg, I go talk for anybody when they come against Nigeria. I go talk. Nigerians are always, everywhere they go, they do them anyhow. Wetin be match, football match, wey people go just play, you win, you no win, everybody laugh. Look at Angola the other day. Nigeria beat them. The same Nigerians go dey drag them. But they took it in good strides. No, South African citizens need to be called out. After all, our parents and grandparents, they give up their salary for their freedom. Make we remind them. No. Make we remind them. All this spy when they don't spy Nigerians, they spy Nigerians up and down. But we keep quiet. Igbos there among people when they keep for the spy for South Africa now. Igbos there among when they spy for South Africa. So anywhere they touch Nigeria, it affect me too. So I go put mouth. So yes, my South African people are beg, more na no endanger the lives of the Nigerians when they there. Not be their fault. Okay? If they win the match, it's a game. You can banter online. You can laugh about it. You can keep it lighthearted. Which one be they send threats? Come on. They don't spy too many of us. I no blame them. Now the kind government where we get and the kind people when we get for Nigeria, now they cause all this finish. I no blame them. But at least while we dey here, maybe they call them out. All ill na ill, evil na evil, regardless of who they do am. So because Nigeria don bad, now anybody now will just get opportunity, just get free hand to dey do us anyhow. Come on. No, abeg, I no support o. Mazi Prince, welcome. I know, I saw that comment by Bayo Nonuga. That one, Abemona, all these people, they not get brain again. Now empty people, now they see so. Now empty people. Even if they don't care about their citizens, me, I care about them now. Me, I not be government. I not go care about my people. See me see trouble. If they not care about them, that doesn't mean I shouldn't care about them. Does that mean that I should now turn my own eye because the Nigerian government has chosen not to? We cannot be like that now. We cannot be like the same government that we are criticizing. So because the government is doing this to Nigerians, so anywhere they go, the other people should have free hand to be doing it. No, now. Abeg o, Mona not be like that too. Abeg, I dey beg una. May we join hand together, call out these people. The suffering is much. All the qua much. Una hear say they kidnap 63 people when they escort bride going husband house. They kidnap them. They show video. I can't show the video because they carry tools for that video. And one small pikin they when carry two when come front as well. So I no want show that one. The kidnappers come out, they talk say they go remarry the bride to husbands. Hey God. Oh, Nigeria is a jungle. Meanwhile, una see this picture of bats. Una know say na copy, na dey copy this picture. E get one girl when wetin dem dey call her? I don't know. I don't know her name. I think I saw it here somewhere. Let me see if I can pull it up. Look at this picture. Take a good look at it, right? Of this thing where they do. They replicate picture of pilot when one lady pilot when e pass. Then they replicate. Yeah, me even to say na imitate. They try imitate our Obi Peter Obi. Let me use so that. Let me see. The protest is long overdue because this one when they say that they kpai people will dey wait make they come kpai them. I no understand am. I'm trying to find that the video gone the picture be the person where they copy that. Let me see. I saw it just a few not too long ago. Okay, well, I can't find it right now, but welcome, Ify. How na long time? I don't know that I don't see you this year. Oh. Happy New Year, Ify. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Ify, you're in the studio, you're on mute. In case you're talking, I can't hear you.
Oh, hi, Omoy. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. I don't know whether we don't talk this year.
No, we never talk, my sister. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Oh, God will bless you. Happy New Year. Oh, how your year now? How it takes start?
I cannot complain. I did hear Gidigba. Nothing concern me. You say this Nigeria thing, eh? You know they bother me. You know why you know they bother me? Shay, it is turn by turn. Omoy, I don't know when you will get to your turn. I know now after Tinubu, now my turn in go be. Since it's turn by turn. Everybody go collect this bullet, where they happen. I no feel sorry.
I no go collect. I remove myself. I will.
All of us.
I'm not going to be a part of this.
No, my happiness be saying, not be say if I won't go buy fuel, I go show my APC or my Igbo card. Exactly. So that is the thing. Everybody's collecting. I said, they still have 7 more years. It's too early to be crying. I don't even know. When I see people complaining, I just quickly, turn this thing off and just be going because we never even do introduction self. They are complaining. We will have to wait after 4 years. That is when we will do introduction. Then we now see the main way in the second half of the 8 years. Food care. You say you people had the largest land mass. And they don't reach now. And not you people they cultivate all the food where we they shop for Nigeria. Why are you complaining? Saying that food is expensive. Not you people get tomatoes, not you people get onions. Now food now. Honestly, my sister, before it used to bother me, but for some reason, after looking at what is happening in Nigeria, I said, you know what? It won't even bother me anymore. Let everybody they collect, both the rich and the poor. Now, the central, I've never seen any confused people like this government. They are so confused. They will try this, float dollar, not float naira, float this, float. It's just like they are trying anything they can, anything just to see if this is going to work. It's not going to work. I feel sorry.
Say this one, this governor, CBN governor, native talk. He said now people when they travel, people when they send their children go abroad, go study.
How? I heard that. I'm like, are you serious? How many people are even sending their kids to abroad? And who are the people sending their kids to abroad? Same politicians. If I am there, I'm going to ask him, Oga, do you have your kids schooling in Nigeria? Of course, definitely no. So how many kids? Let's say they have like 5,000 people, 5,000 this thing, schooling in abroad. Are you telling me that's why the dollar, why should we even be worrying about dollar? Let me even ask. Somebody ask a question. Why is dollar our currency? It's only Nigeria that we are worried and talking about dollar. Other countries don't worry about dollar. Why? No, ask me why. Are you be threatening people that you're gonna flip their currencies to naira? Are you mad? Are you mad? They know that they cannot do that. The thing they sweet you. I'm sorry for people that lives in Nigeria, but the thing they sweet me well. The reason why they sweet me, if you feel that it's not working for you, march to the street.
Exactly.
Test. This issue, auntie, help me. I don't respond anymore. Go and protest if you feel that things are not working. If you're not gonna protest, I said things are hard in America too. Of
course.
Go to grocery store.
I go buy food that day. I went to the store to go and buy Costco to go and shop for food and stuff for my I was shocked. How many things I buy? When the man ring them up, I say, please take this out, take that one out. I don't need them. That's why they rush. I'm telling you, I couldn't believe how much it was. I was like, what? Which they spent less than $200 they buy before. The thing don't shoot up to like $400. I said, remove that, remove this, remove the other one. I come America.
The same thing. The only difference, let me tell you, my sister, the only difference between here and Nigeria is because at least you can find a job to do.
Exactly.
That is the only difference. Other than that, don't tell me you in America, you have money where? We are all civil servants. I'm a civil servant. Let's put it like that. You go to work, you get paid. The same work you go to Nigeria. I can understand that dollar is stronger, but don't make it look as if we pick stuff, dollar on the road. As you're walking, you go to work, you laugh, you smile to them, and they dash you $1. In Nigeria, you smile to a politician, they give you money.
I'm telling you, word up.
They give you money. Facts. Nobody does that here.
No, if you feel give you money forever, you go to say thank you. Thank you.
I beg they never start. Make them enjoy. Like we all gonna enjoy this suffering. Turn by turn. Hey, turn by turn. After Jagaban, who will be the next person? It might be El Rufai turn. I don't know when it will reach us.
Hey, my sister, we did look. Now sit down, look the monkey business.
I don't know when the thing will reach us. Anyway, we'll still go to sing for them. Turn by turn until they reach us.
Understand? Even get one song when one Yoruba man compose for Tinubu. Make I even play that song for us.
Is it what is it called? This their popular musician artist, the older man. I don't know.
No, not. I think so. It's an older guy. Maybe
that's the one. The one that's saying that Tinubu say listen to people. Things are hard. I say, look at this one. No, are you not among people that supported him? All of you chill. He go reach everybody. We must all collect.
See one man when you go market, go they cry. You want buy food for the family. People.
I see that. I saw that. I laugh. I say, oh, guy, you are just beginning. They never do introduction. I beg, chill. We still have 7 more years to go. You are crying. If you cry now, which one will you cry in the second half of?
You never even reach 1 year, by the way. Only 8 months, Abi. You never reach 1 year. I bet me we listen to song go jare.
Bọ́lá Tinubu ọjọ́ wo lẹ dé náà tí gbogbo aráyé ti ń ṣòṣùkè. Bọ́lá Tinubu wọ́n lójú tó máa bá ní dalẹ́ kì í tòwúrọ̀ ṣe pin. Ìyàwó tá a sì ń fẹ́ lójú ọ̀nà tó nà yá ọkọ. Tó bá délé ọkọ ńkọ́. Ọjọ́ wo lẹ dé ìjọba táyé ti ń le kokoko bí ojú ẹja. Buhari la sì ń pè lólórí burúkú olórí kí wá ní Bọ́lá Ahmed.
Wàhálà.
Ọ̀pọ̀ ọmọ Nàìjíríà ló para wọn. Ẹni ebi pakú pátápátá ò tẹ́ni gbèsè pa. Ìyẹn láyé ìjọba Buhari. Aráyé sọkúnsọkún wọn kérora jẹrora. Èpè la fi sin Buhari wọgbó. Bíi ti Ibrahim Babangida pẹ̀lú General Sani Abacha. Ológun dúdú dé o. Bọ́lá Tinubu. Ṣé ká ti àsìkò yìí máa gbé ọsẹ pè ní àbí ká fi ọrẹ? Iná tó lórí burúkú Buhari dá sílẹ̀ fọ́mọ Nàìjíríà láti rò pé wò ó bomi pa. Kàkà kí Bọ́lá Tinubu ó bomi pa náà jọba Buhari ṣe ló tún da pẹtiróòlù sáàrò. Gbogbo wa la rí ọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tí ó rẹ̀ wá lẹ́kún. Èròǹgbà wa ni pé gbogbo ìlànà t'Abíọ́lá fi lélẹ̀ ló fẹ́ tẹ̀lé. Àṣẹ àpamọ́lẹ́kùn la jọ ń polongo rẹ̀ pé ká dìbò fún. A ti rò ó pé tọ́mọ Yorùbá bá gorí ìjọba yóò ṣe wá lóore. àwọn àrà tí Bọ́lá Tinubu dá nípínlẹ̀ Èkó la rò pọ̀ ló jẹ́ kó lógun dúdú polongo rẹ̀ fọ́mọ Nàìjíríà. Bọ́lá Tinubu o ọ̀gbẹ́ni wa Ṣẹ̀tìmà àtọ̀sán àtòru kò yàtọ̀ mọ́ fọ́mọ Nàìjíríà. Bọ́lá Tinubu àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà fi gbogbo ọ̀sán sákiri alẹ́ lé ọmọ Nàìjíríà fẹ̀gbẹ́ lélẹ̀ láàrin ebi òru tó yẹ kí wọ́n máa sùn ṣe ni kálukú ranjú sílẹ̀ oorun ọ̀wá ṣe bẹ́ni tó bá jẹun lálẹ́ ni ó sùn láàjì. Àṣepankẹ́rẹ́ ni Buhari fi ń na ọmọ Nàìjíríà tí gbogbo wa ń ké. Bọ́lá Tinubu kò bókó lójú mẹ́rin rèé nítọwọ́ Ahmed Ẹgbani bẹ́ẹ̀ a sì polongo pé ká dìbò fún ọ lórí pé bọ́yá ara ó.
Oh my God! He say Buhari na small cake Buhari take up dey flog people. This one Tinubu na bulala, the one wey get 4 mouths.
No be all of them. He was one singing. Well, all of them will show you all of them telling him.
Yeah, somebody posted and said, "I beg you should go and sit down." He was the same. He was one of the people that supported this mess.
Yeah.
See how they don't even curate some. I bet make they throw in rap. I bet make obedience. I bet more add track join. Don't add rap join. You understand? And we say scratch. What do they call it? That one they scratch. Mona add. Mona mix. Or maybe it for sweet. They never ready. They never know what they happen. The suffer when they come. All this Yoruba now. If you dey watch Yoruba movie, stop, desist from watching. Na only my own I go talk. Me, I know they watch. You don't know when I stop to dey watch Yoruba movie because of the likes of Jide Kosoko, Olaiya Igwe, all those people. If Yoruba movie dey hungry, you go watch Ogunde movies. Go and look for old Ogunde movies. They even have more sense, more wisdom than all these Yoruba movies that they are watching. Stop giving your money to them. Stop going to the movie theaters. Stop watching them on your social media platforms. Matter of fact, withdraw your followership. If you follow them, remove. That's how you deal with people because they have contributed to your suffering. They have contributed to because all of them, they all went to join Tinubu because of what they gained personally from him. That's why they were not thinking about you. Now the suffering don't touch all of them. Olaiya Igwe come out with his smelly mouth and that in bleach skin, come they apologize. After he don't naked, they ask and they say, according to the first video when I play, the man say he don't know what he and Mami Water discuss. He say he never know what he and Mami Water discuss. Anyway, he never apologized in the show. He go come back and apologize. So if you are a Yoruba fan here, by one way or the other, withdraw your support now. Everybody needs to learn how to use their power. It's not by force. All these people are the reason why you are suffering. What happened during the election? Called all the Yoruba actors and actresses, giving them money. Some of them were even calling themselves. They were calling each other out. I remember this girl, what's her name? I can't remember her name now. She's mixed. I think she's half Yoruba, half white. She did a video about it. She was like, this man is giving people how much? And you people are taking it. Is this how you want the country to keep going? I can't remember her name now.
Omoya, you're even talking. No be Elliot or whatever. Desmond Elliot or whatever was sharing.
That one go to share perfume to
was sharing. People were collecting. I just go to social media to have fun, my sister. Just listen to their crying and wailing and say, I'll type under the comments, 7 more years to go. You never do introduction. Calm down. We must stand on that mandate. That's like stand on it.
I'm telling Aduni, yes, Romari, thank you very much. Aduni, they dragged that girl. They were even threatening her life because she called them out. They were threatening that girl's life.
So what's up now? What's going on now?
They are suffering. Now, all that small money that they were used to give them, are they getting it? The likes of Tony Abraham. People are supposed to avoid that girl like a
Asiwaju baby. That's what she called her, Asiwaju baby. You don't reach now.
Asiwaju baby. That's what she calls herself. Everybody should avoid her like a plague. Everybody should avoid her. She is one of the reasons why you are suffering today. Anyway, me, when I wake up, I pray for obedience. That this suffering, may God find as He go take elevate the suffering for obedience and well-meaning Nigerians. That's my prayer. That's the only prayer I pray. Every other person, everyone that participated was part of this madness. They must suffer to the highest level. Their suffering must be doubled. The fact that they voted, all of them don't quiet now. All the Yoruba lokan, Emi lokan, Yoruba ronu, all of them don't enter house now. None of them they come out come talk again.
You can't run away from this one because he's hitting everybody left and right. So you can't even run away from him. I beg my sister, leave them. See this mandate, we must all collect. That's my thing. So
people say this mandate, say now they go even carry, now they go campaign for Tinubu. This next one, all the obedience, they say that they go even come, now they go come campaign for Tinubu now. Say they must vote. If they say they not go vote now, then go vote for Tinubu by the next one. All the obedience, they say that they go even come, now they go come campaign.
I love my people. They know.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
See this, we go suffer. Maybe by the time somebody say by the time we finish this 8 years, now everybody's brain will reset. Until
in
then.
A way, I'm not going to lie to you. In a way, me, I'm happy that Peter Obi did not enter because Nigerians are ungrateful human beings. I'm sorry to say. You see all this local attitude and all. If to say Peter Obi enter, even though the man for still work, therefore frustrate. You know, say Peter Obi now draw everybody near body. We can work with this one. We can work with. They do soft. After this suffering now, and he enter, everybody go shut all the way up. I'm telling you, because when you see better thing, you say no, you don't want. You follow because guess what? Even though Tinubu bribe people, did they have to accept it? Okay, fine. Even if they accepted it, did they have to carry out the evil? They didn't have to. The youth corpers when they employ, when they say, "Oh, you are going to change the numbers and all of that," they did not have to do it. They didn't put a gun to their heads. They didn't have to do it. They could have done it and run. They could have collected the money and run away. Did they? No. Not be human being, not be the OT, that woman for Abia State, when not agree give them, when not agree allow them to collect the results from her. Not be human being, a two head you get. What is Abia State enjoying today? What prevented all the other people in different states to say no? Even people when they pay me go snatch ballot box. For road, as they waka they go, they not fit stop saying no now. You know go good, only no, make it good for everybody. In fact, turn around and be protecting the people that are voting. Why did they not do that? To tell you, say, this suffering was necessary for, even though it's painful to watch, I'm not going to lie, I feel sorry for some people, not all, I'm not going to pretend, and not all of them. The people that voted for this man can go and hug a transformer. But when I see well-meaning Nigerians, people when their hand no day, they pain me. But everybody else, make the suffering double.
I understand what you're saying, Omore. I totally understand because we have innocent people.
Yeah.
But it just unfortunately, my place, they said when one hand dip into oil, it affects everybody.
Exactly.
This is what it is. Me and you here did not support him, but it's affecting us. Yeah. If you're giving people back home $100, now you have to double it because $100 no they buy anything. I was talking to my mom the other day. Mommy said, if you carry 1 million self, go market. You come back, you gotta ask yourself what
I buy.
Okay? You say, imagine if people like us are not here. Imagine how they will be surviving. My people,
crazy. I'm telling you. Welcome. Mazi, welcome. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Good evening,
sir. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Same to you. Sis Ify, good evening.
Good evening, sir, my brother. How you doing?
In as much as for me, I don't want to tribalize anything, right? I got so mad on that was on Monday. My coworker, who happens to be from the Agbado side. Now we were just talking, and all of a sudden she dabbled into American politics. For me, I don't care who you want to vote for, or you don't want to vote for the person. It's up to you. It's a choice, everybody's choice. And this lady was trying to convince me and said, "Oh, that she want me to vote Republicans." And I said, "Why would I vote Republicans?" She said, "Oh, don't I see the border?" I said, "What is wrong with the border?" She said, "Oh, don't I see people coming in here?" And I looked at her and I said, first and foremost, I said, "Who are you?" She was laughing. I said, "You're a citizen, I understand, but you are Nigerian. Is this your land?"
Border.
The same way you run away from your own country is the same way some of them are running away from their own country. So what is wrong with you? Why would you want to base your conviction on because the border is porous or whatever it is? That has she ever gone to the border and see that it's not even easy? Most of them swim and they even die in that water. So why would she said, "Oh, they should go and apply for asylum." I said, "Okay, good. Who told you they are not applying for asylum? Who told you?" She said, "Oh, when they come here, they will take our jobs." I said, "Oh, what job do you do? You want to go to the farm?
Look at
You want
the
to
foreigner.
go and,
Look
and
at the foreigner even talking
cleaning?"
about taking your job.
I'm telling you, that I was so I said, this is the same way you supported Agbado that will come to the office. You will not even allow me to even rest. All you keep saying is preaching this, that.
Can you imagine the audacity?
I
Can you
swear,
imagine?
I was so pissed. Even when I came back, I told my wife, I said I was really, really pissed at the woman. And from
We can't hear you, Mazi. Your connection.
You see, Omoye, it
Go
breaks my
ahead.
heart when people, we foreigners, are talking about supporting
just
Republicans.
that,
They are talking about building friends. How did you get here?
Uh,
Eh? This job these people are doing, will you do it?
will you do it? You know, Jesus Christ, people just And I told her, I said, if Republicans want, let them come up with, a legislation that will make it better. For how many years? And somebody will come and blame people that are coming. No, she should go back to Nigeria. I told her she should go back to Nigeria. Go back to your country. After all, Agbado is there. And he's from your place. So that would be nice. He will give you a contract to do. Man. Well.
My brother, leave matter alone. When I see people supporting, I'm not saying that Joe Biden is the best president. However, whatever that is happening in America is happening all over the world. It's not only in America. It's not only in Nigeria. Yes, the war in Ukraine is started all these things. Then we talked about look at what is going on in Israel and the Hamas. All these things are money. So everybody's feeling the heat. But for me as a Nigerian, as somebody is talking about supporting a Republican, we saw what Trump did in just 4 years alone. We saw that. Everybody must collect. So let him say building defense. She go collect too. Everybody. That is my only thing.
Yes,
Let me tell you, even if anybody support Trump, right? The fact say she openly support Agbado and you dey aware, she not get right under the heavens. Abi you say how they say they talk am. E no get right to talk. Him, e suppose swallow am for inside body. That kind person, oh my goodness, e no get right at all. Even if normal people they talk say for their own reasons, for the reasons best known to them, they won't vote for the Trump. She not supposed get mouth to open. Now then they quick first cry, racism, racism. These same people. Now then they first scream am. Not being we dey observe, all of us dey here now, we dey watch everything as e dey happen. Shebi dey think say na we dey do. Omo Igbo. I don accept am with my full chest. Who no want better thing? Maybe say na only better thing na one to dey use take dey call Omo Igbo. Yes, it's crazy. Look at 8 months this man. It's even good because Nigerians need to learn. It's painful, oh, say innocent people join, but you see the wickedness in the heart of all this Yoruba Ronu, Yoru Fulani, Yoru Kanuri, and the rest of them. They must hear am. They need to hear am. Look at it now. Is it not in the West that they are kidnapping people, like say na fried rice, like say na akara, na dey carry.
Even they kill their kings. They kill their kings.
They
like paupers.
3 of their monarchs. You know what's happening? They found out. I saw on Twitter somewhere that some of these kings, some of these local kings, they connive with these Fulani people, collect money from their hands. So when they hear things, they would turn a deaf ear. They go pretend. They find out. I forget where I see that report for this Twitter. That they connive. Can you imagine? You dey connive with stranger to buy your people because of money. Hey!
My sister, leave matter. Leave matter alone. People are suffering back home. I just feel so sorry for, for some people. You look at their condition, you wonder for how long will people continue to live like this?
It's a shame. It really is a shame, because when you look and see that man they talk, tuber of yam during Buhari time 600 naira. Now it don't now 1,500 naira for 1 yam. In the history of Nigeria, now food na cheap pass for Nigeria. Food na cheap. If you not see, you don't even need to dey big city to buy food. Go village, you go buy food. All your motor go full, go dey throw away. Na be this now.
But my sister, let me tell you, like I keep telling you, it's not gonna get no better. I listened to one man's interview, and he made a lot of sense. He said, if you look at all the past presidents that we have had, this is the worst because we haven't seen money within 7 months jump like double within 7 months. That everybody fasten your seat belt, it will get worse. So we don't even know what the future is gonna look like. So everybody better get ready. Because people will be begging for food.
One man want to mow that man.
Leave that one alone. I bet don't even go there with that one.
Okay, I think that you they talk about. I want to
no, it wasn't one. This one came to, I think, Channels Television.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's not one man went to mow.
I be one say,
Yeah, this one came to Channel Television and said, we haven't even started. Everybody fasten your seatbelt because it's gonna get worse.
So
is it gonna get better? No.
Yep.
So my sister,
it's not gonna get me. I know that it's not gonna get. How is it going to get better? No, think about it now. How is it with this mess that we have? There's no way it can be better. There's no way it can get better. There's no way around it at all. Because the people that have found themselves there, right, have decided now there they go buy put. Now there they came to, according to that man, that first video, the man say these ones, they say elders before when they come, they go say they go leave, each chop remain for the children. These ones now, they're not even want to make anything remain. They want chop their own, chop their children own, chop their children. The ones that they never see, they want chop or join now. That's the problem. It's unfortunate because you have young people. I saw a video of a student. Let me see if I can pull up that video of a student that was I don't know what, I didn't really watch it, but people were making comments about the video. and saying that we are in trouble, we are in trouble. I mean, already, isn't it obvious that we are in trouble? See this one, they say just come, you just come back today. Eh? Agbado just come back today. I just dey laugh. I say, is that supposed to be news? Who cares if it goes or comes? Does it have any impact? They somebody was saying that, oh, because of foreign investors are not coming to Nigeria, one thing. Now, see, wetin dem wan come find? Abeg, na help me ask. Wetin foreign investor wan come find for land when e dey
A
land?
country where there is no security.
Make dem kidnap dem, abi? Unto say because una be see the pilot, oh, see am, na the picture wey dem imitate be this, oh, when dem take draw picture of una of Baba Blue, see am, see the girl, na the girl wey pass, Arotile, that's her name. She was a pilot or whatever. I don't know, until people, everybody, I heard there was protest in Mina State, there was protest in Kano, whatever. Everybody needs to come out, not be half some
No,
places.
they are not serious yet.
Uh-huh.
The protest is not, it hasn't started. I mean, what happened after that? They need to be I mean, if they are consistent, trust me, immediately after that election,
everything for change.
Everything for, I mean, we will be on the breaking news all the time. But since
Exactly.
they don't do anything,
they're not sustain them, right? And then the people because that kind of thing, you need to be able to sustain it for a long period of time for the government to break the government's back. Look at what Senegal is doing. See what Senegal they do. They know they talk. I don't hear anything. I don't hear that they talk tribe. Oh. There was no mention of tribe. None. No mention of tribe at all in their protests. They all came together, all of them looking for one thing. No, not be Nigeria. Everybody go say, no, I'm here. It's Kukuma them, it's not me. It's Kukuma them, it's not me. Hey, well, e go reach everybody. Not be here with dey. E go reach everybody, e go touch everybody. It will. Sid, welcome, oh, my brother.
Hey, good day, everyone. Yeah.
How now? I can barely hear you. What's happening?
Can you hear me?
Now better.
Okay, that's good. Thanks. Yeah, I've been listening to you guys now. Like I told you people, according to Tinubu, now statistics will go chop. All right. So welcome to Tinubu's economics.
He don't come back. Yes, he don't come back. President.
Yeah, he went for treatment now. They know where they go for treatment to pump them some vitamins so that he can survive.
Rechargeable president.
And we always have rechargeable. APC always gives us rechargeable president, so it's fine. Don't you see how Buhari freshed up? Towards the end of his visit, he began to be looking fresh. So the problem is that is like I said, prior to the elections, Tinubu has nothing to offer Nigerians, and the guys that are there, Cardoso and Wale Edu, they will try their best. Of course, they are economists. They try their best to shut down the economy, but it's very hard because the economy is not rocket science. It's a very simple science. If you increase your production, you can have exports and you can bring in dollar. Your money will be affected. It will come down. That is what Peter B was preaching. When people were hearing his preaching from consumption to production, that thing is the key. That is just the key. When Nigeria is not producing anything, when people cannot go to their farms, there's going to be a problem. Like I told you last time, I said that, there's a famine coming. There's going to be a famine that is coming. Lack of food. We can manage when there's no money, especially in the villages. The villages, most times, they don't have so much money. The money they have is when You know, people in the urban centers come, flow in, and buy things, and then resuscitate the village economy.
Exactly.
Village economy sustains based on their small farms,
Yep.
small gardens. You
Mm-hmm.
know, then they go to market, they
They
sell,
sell.
and
Yep.
then urban people come buy some goods. You know, that is how village economies survive. So now the village economies, the thing keeping them afloat, like what Ify said, is the small forex that people are sending home to their families, at least for them to be able to buy food. However, food supply is going down because the place of Nigerian food supply locks in the middle belt between Benue, Plateau, all those areas. That's where our food basket really is. All right. If those areas are affected, it's areas in the west where there's also food supply, people can't go to the farms, kidnapping is happening rampantly. There's going to be what is called food shortage. That's why I'm advising Nigerians. If you have a small farm in your back house, please preserve that small farm. Start planting small things because there will be no food. And it is then when there's no food that I will watch the release of the North. I want to see where the North riot, and the North does not come out. Like I said, until the North, who are already used to suffering, that's the problem. You know, the South, we have not got suffering before. Now, everybody will face the suffering, does not know tribe, does not know religion. Obi said this. You know, Obi was a prophet. He's a prophet. He's a prophet. He was a political prophet. He said this thing does not know tribe. This thing does not know religion. This suffering that is coming will not know anything. It is important that leaders tighten their belts. It's important that we shut down, cost of government to make things simple and easy. Has he done it before? Yes, I have done it before. And then he will begin to inject into that economy what needs to happen. And then production will start, forex will come in, the naira to the dollar will drop down. It's not rocket science. But when they came in, what did they do? They started flying over everywhere in the world. They started buying Jeep for themselves. They started buying all those kind of things. Well, that thing is a wrong signal. It gave a wrong signal to the international community that these guys are loafers. They don't understand what's happening. You know what? Let's check out. All the companies started checking out. Drug companies. Now, to even get drugs, especially people that have different kinds of ailments, blood pressure, asthma, different kinds of ailments that need medicines regularly. They can't access medicines because even the medicine now, when original manufacturers leave, what happens is that nature does not abhor vacuum. So what has happened is that there's influx of fake drugs in the market. So when Nigerians are ready, we were comparing us to Senegal. Senegal is a different homogeneous group, all right? Especially those groups, Senegal, Burkina Faso, they think like Northerners. They don't think like Southerners. They think like people from the North. And people from the North don't waste time. They don't have time to play games. They will hit the streets immediately. Just like people from Kanu or Kaduna, once there's a problem in that area, they don't ask us questions, they don't debate it on social media, they just come out. But it's in the South, we debate our own on social media, we talk because we don't want any problem. And that is the big problem of Nigeria. Like I always say it, our personality, the way we function is why these things continue. But we pray that the hunger will bite more. I don't like it, but that's what will happen, unfortunately. Then maybe the hunger will drive people to come out. I pray that the hunger will not make people eat themselves because hunger can do two things. It's either people will start eating themselves. You have more armed robbery within communities. Those things happen. that means the community people are eating themselves. That's what we're seeing. Because why you see the spate of kidnap is because people are becoming, even the kidnappers are becoming desperate. They need food, they need money. And the shocking thing is that kidnappers have bank accounts. That tells you that this whole security thing is rubbish. How can kidnappers have bank accounts and you can't catch them? How are they withdrawing their money? These are things that, how did they open the account? Who opened the bank account? Because they are not giving kidnappers money cash. Some of them are transfers. So these are things that it tells you the state of the nation is really down. Is really down. But I can tell you, those elites, they don't care, because they are locked in their walled houses and living in their own fantasies. The most important thing is, how much will the pressure get that the people will now rise up and fight back? That's all that is expected now, because the dam will burst. The dam will burst, and there are only two ways for this dam to burst. Either the pressure becomes so much that there's a military intervention, or the pressure is so much that the people all come from the streets, from their homes, whether they're in the north, south, west, come on the streets and occupy state houses and say, you know what, you people should feed us. You people should feed us. Then there will be a real anarchy. But to the elites, they don't feel that there's any, because they are releasing small contracts to different Nigerians. So everybody's chilling. Everybody's chilling. But we need to, the pressure has not reached Nigerians. If the pressure really reached Nigerians, if people in diaspora just shut off for 1 month, don't give money for 1 month, people in diaspora don't give money for 1 month, you will see problems that you have never seen before. The thing that is holding the dam is that diaspora funds are coming in and holding off.
You are right, my brother. I said to myself, this sending money of a thing is not going to stop. It has never stopped since we started. And
it can't stop because we are human beings. You get me? There's that human nature. You cannot see your father, your mother wanting to buy drugs, wanting to eat, and you will say, okay, because you want to suffer Tinubu, you will now, your heart will open up to give them. You cannot see your friend call you, his wife is about to give birth, and they cannot do cesarean operation, and the child is dying, the woman is dying, and he call you and say, can you send me something? You will. There's no way you will not be moved, except you have a very strong heart.
My brother might tell you something again.
So that's what's going on, and then we cannot stop it.
Might tell you something again. You see this having kids like a fowl. How do you say that? Having kids like crazy when you know that you cannot afford kids. You need to stop. Me and you, I believe you live somewhere in abroad. Look at all the American presidents. Trump is the only person I can think of that have about 5 kids, even though he has money. The rest of them are 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. But in Nigeria, you will see a driver who is not even making anything. We want to have 7 kids. And every time they are sending you a message, my child's school fees. When you were planning that, you didn't think about that. So we need to have some common sense. We need to start educating people. I'm not talking about the people in the north that doesn't have no sense. I'm talking about people that you can talk to and they can listen to you. They are part of the problem. Government is, or we know, is the problem, but we ourselves, we are part of the problem too.
See, that one way they talk to, I don't they reach Port Harcourt to the women protested the other day. They said that their husbands don't touch them anymore.
Good.
That there is no power, there is no everything, and their husband,
you know. How can you touch a woman when you are suffering,
depressed?
Now, wow. How can you touch a woman when the heat, even during the summer, you know how hot it can be. Ha! Voila.
Are they even supposed to be complaining? You see misplaced priority. As women, are they not even supposed to be in the forefront and giving them their husbands hell that the country is bad? They are the ones, it's such a shameful thing. They are the ones, those women, because guess what? Who they carry belle? Not be the woman. Who they born? Not be the woman. Man fit dey today, not dey tomorrow. You are stuck with 4 children, stuck with 6 children. Then you can't go bother, go they sell them off. Make it make sense. Now that one, that na the list. Now wetin dey list of priority for them be that. They not see the state of the economy. How many of them fit send their children to school? How many of them? Let's say the husband not dey. Now only how many of them can really by themselves send their children say, oh yeah, can't they go school? I don't. The mindset alone is disturbing. Now say your husband not touch you. Now that one ain't concern you. See, you know the this Fulani people fit show up on a front door, carry like 100 of una, demand for like 200 million. That one not panic you. Food when you dey carry, you go market spend 20,000 naira, your house go full. Now if you spend 1 million, e not still reach. You know that one not affect you. E not affect you. Say people don't dey fit waka for road freely. Before you come out for your house now, you must first do like 90-day prayer and fasting. When you dey go for road, you dey look back like say person dey pursue you. How many times? That one no concern you. Now say your husband not knack you, may you get like maybe some of those people now they fit get like 4, 5 children already. I'm just exaggerating. Maybe they don't. But imagine that they might have some kids at home, but you want more in this economy. Look at the
That's what I'm
society.
saying, my sister.
Who are they looking up to? What kind of children are you raising? The children are suffering, they are crying, they are telling you that they can't. It amazes me.
But
The
on
mindset, there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
on a lighter note,
Go ahead, my brother.
On a lighter note, don't we think that
where if he don't, maybe her network.
on a lighter note, don't we think that those women are trying to reduce their own pressure and mental health? They may be thinking of that this situation maybe suicidal to them. So
yeah, but no lights.
There's
no lights. If you want to do, there's no light. Go on, finish you. How do you enjoy it? No lights. No lights. On top of that one, you not chop belly food. Maybe not only once or maybe half a day.
Nigeria is a funny country.
Where the energy? I ask. We're adults here. Where's the energy?
They are protesting.
And then some of the women go, they say harder. Man, whenever chop belly food, I won't go harder.
Ask Tinubu. It's Tinubu that is causing all these things.
Oh my God!
And the small ogogoro sachet one where them be they drink before now, they don't ban them all.
Thank you.
No more sachet ones.
Exactly.
So you see those things like drink, women complaining of touching them, all those things are social problems that we keep rising. You see, like what I'm saying, and then people become angrier. Like now, the new slogan is "No grief for anybody," meaning that everybody is not desperate. When a slogan is like that, it means everybody is dog eat dog. You are not going to. There's no if you need to grab. If you need to, so if a society is beginning to be reshaped like this, then we're at the precipice of real problems. And I don't know. I personally don't know how we'll get out of this, because just imagine this is not up to a year. All right, it's not up to a year, just few months down the line. And then this team is going to run for another, let's say, 8 years. I don't know when the dam will break. But the truth is that the suffering is unbearable. But they say Nigerians are people that can smile while suffering, that endure suffering. Maybe they have that ability. Maybe this will prove that actually we can do it. Because there's some of the things we go through, like the guys that are going. I was looking at some blogs of guys that are watching the Nations Cup, all right, in Ivory Coast. So these boys were going to from Abidjan, and they were traveling down to Boaké, where they will play the semi-final. And they took so from Abidjan to Boaké is like 4 hours trip, road trip. And so they entered the bus and went down to Boaké. And these boys were like, oh my God, look at the roads. No pothole, no trouble, no police checkup. This is a fellow small African country. In Ivory Coast, there's light. There's light in Ivory Coast. So it tells you, the guys were like amazed that how is it that a small country like this, Francophone African, West African country, we're not talking of America and all that, we're talking of a West African country that has the basic stuff of light, of good road, of peace of mind. It's not that Ivory Coast have not had their own share of the troubles they've had. Actually, Boaké was a very, very dangerous. Boaké is the northern part of Ivory Coast, and they were rebels there fighting against the government of the day before they settled, and now peace has returned. But what I'm trying to say is that you can imagine that a country like that has the basic things that Nigeria people can have. And yet Nigeria, for years, since most of us were born, we cannot say we have constant power supply. How is that? What happened to us as a people? What happened to us? What happened to the Nigerian mindset? That we have got a mindset that is comfortable with suffering. So that's why I said Nigeria is comfortable with suffering. We're actually comfortable with it. So no matter how we talk now, talk till tomorrow, majority of Nigerians are comfortable with it, will not come on the street. They will say, let's manage. That's the word. Let us manage. So what can you do? What can you do? So I don't see any headway in this. There's no headwind in this because every one of them, is, you can imagine Ivory Coast is even worse today than before. You can see it. But yet their worst nature is better than where we are as Nigeria. So Nigeria needs to improve. There's a lot that needs to be done, and unfortunately we don't have leaders that will do it. Okay, he has come back from France. What did he go to do? Nothing. Went to stay himself, enjoy himself, come back. Situation is still there. People are being kidnapped left, right, center.
He went to take instructions from his great
Macron.
grandchild.
No, it's Macron. It's Macron that is dealing with him. So at the end of the day, it's not going to deliver anything. It's not going. They are trying to reduce the dollar by injecting some kind of measures, but those have been temporary measures because the thing bounced down and then it's going to bounce back up, and there's a problem. There's no manufacturing going on. Even the small local manufacturers cannot sustain, because imagine today you plan to import some manufacturing goods to help your industry here. For instance, maybe it's car industry, or you have some things that you need to get from China, to maybe you have a water making plant. All right, you want to import and you have to spend so much. Maybe you plan to spend 5,000. Suddenly you wake up in the morning and that 5,000 has changed suddenly to $8,000. you know, what happens is that the business goes under. It cannot sustain that. Economies are sustained by stability of the currency. The currency has to stabilize, but Nigeria currency has been floated, so it is going according to the wave. So when wave is going like this, that's how the currency is going. So basically, if you are a business person, you just say, you know what, let me go to where I know that for the next 8 months the currency will be at a stable rate. The currency, exactly. You cannot devalue your currency if you are an importation current country. You can't just devalue the currency. You can't just float it. So that is why we are talking of production. You increase your production across the farmlands, improve security, increase your production. People will start manufacturing. We start manufacturing tea, manufacturing flour, manufacturing all we can manufacture, and start exporting to African countries, start exporting overseas. As soon as we start doing that, Nigeria can literally feed the whole of West Africa. Nigeria can actually start importing a lot of things across the sub-region, across Central Africa. And then you start getting revenue. And then your money will have the base to stand. But you know what they did? They just did whatever they go. Remove subsidy. You remove subsidy. Yes. Okay. What do you do to cushion it? Did you improve your rail lines? Did you improve light? Did you improve those amenities that will help production? That is what we are talking. No, they bought jeeps for themselves. So Nigeria should occupy those places. Nigeria should occupy the Senate House. Nigeria should occupy those environments. They should go and sit in the House of Assembly and say, we will not leave. Mass of people should fill the House of Assembly and say, we will not go until this changes. We will not go. We are going to die here. We stay here. But you see, Nigerians will not do that. So those senators are driving their jeeps and pouring us mud water as they pass. They're pouring it on Nigerians and say, there's nothing you can do. We'll drive the jeep we want to drive. We'll do what we want to do. So Nigerians have allowed it. Whatever we're experiencing, we, the people, have allowed it. Anywhere in the world, when people don't like what it is, they go and make their statement. Okay, people are complaining about Trump. Trump has his half of America solidly behind him. And when they felt that the election was rigged, what did they do? They went there and said, you people will not call this result. We believe that we have won, or we believe that there's something wrong. That's natural for any group of people. If you feel that the problem is there and they're not listening to you, those people are people that have been elected, especially in the parliament. Go there and occupy the parliament and say, our lives are not better. You people are supposed to be making our lives better. It's not even the Mr. President. You people have the ability to call Mr. President or to impeach Mr. President. So our lives are not better. We occupy that place. Why are you people buying jeeps? Why are you people buying jeeps? Why are people occupy the House of Assemblies? No movement. They should talk to Nigerians. They should feed Nigerians. That money that they are bringing to put their food, bring it every morning and be feeding people on the streets. Feed us. So the problem is Nigerians are very comfortable with suffering. We are comfortable with it. So they don't care. So my own is that I'm not going to break my head. I just watch, sit down, look, watch, and support my family so that at least they can buy pure water and drink and be holding forth. And I don't want them to die. They should have pure water and drink. If they need medication, we'll find a way to give them medication. Let them be sustained. Every other person, everybody's on their own. That's the truth. That's what is going on in Nigeria. And now it is survival for the fittest. Unfortunately, it's not a community anymore. Community life is broken. There's a story in the Bible called in Judges. They said I think it's Judges chapter 5, and it says there was a time in Israel, community life disappeared. It's a very nice story. They say community life disappeared. People walked on byways. So people left the highway and started walking on the byway, like Nkorowe, go through the by side, don't go through the highway, because everything was scattered in Israel. Until Deborah arose. Even the men had disappeared from the scene. Men were a shadow of themselves, until a woman arose called Deborah as a prophet in Israel, and she began to take charge of situation. Maybe the men have failed Nigeria, unfortunately. So let our sisters like Omoye and the women, if we can have women that will speak up, look at Aisha. They are threatening Aisha every day with DSS. She say, come and carry her now. Come and carry her. That is she afraid of death? So we're having, maybe we will have the female voices.
Crazy.
Maybe the female voices like Omoye and Aisha, all these people. No, it's true. It happened in the Bible.
Isn't it crazy though that they are
The Bible.
threatening Aisha Yesufu?
I
That
know.
woman has said nothing but the truth from day one, and she
They don't
don't
know.
stand in front of bullets. This woman, as in, I've never seen a woman that cold. The woman don't stand face to face. Say now one sniper see they go. I never see the woman. She stand like she not care. She dey always talk calm. She don't
Now
really.
your sister, now your
I
sister. It's not
know,
Edo.
but the truth be say, as people, anybody when they talk true for society, people need to learn to protect them, because the moment the truth, the voice of truth, that's the end though. The reason why we dey even dey get all the ginger when we dey get now, because a lot of people are stepping up and speaking truth to power. So imagine now, let's say something happen to you, Aisha Yusufu. You know how many people voices go quiet. Not be waiting they do to all the people when they talk from time immemorial, like the likes of Kensaro Wiwa, Dele Giwa,
all those
right?
guys.
What happened? If you notice, all that time when they buy all those good people became silent. People not going to talk again. During Abacha time, anybody when talk they buy, anybody when talk they buy, people silent. Now strategy for them. So as a people, I just want to throw it out there. We must learn to protect those who are speaking the truth on our behalf, because not everybody fit do am. It's not everybody that can put their face out there and speak with their chest. Not be everybody. But when people come out and are audacious like that, it encourages others that know and want the truth to stand up. So this is why. So anybody when you get social media platform, make sure you add your voice to it. Nothing must happen to that woman. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Even though she's not afraid to die. Okay? Once you have lost the fear of death, that's when you really live. It's not when you're always afraid. Because let me tell you, none of us is getting out here alive. Okay? But how you go now matter. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, you've spoken exactly what it is, So we need to protect those voices, those prophetic voices in the land, that are amongst us. We need to protect. We need to protect them, protect men. Like, keep praying for them, and keep standing by them, And I like as she faced them headlong. Say, come and arrest me. Come and arrest. Come and do your worst. What is it? Am I going the first person that you arrest or kill or,
All the things that he's saying is exactly what Tinubu has said. So guess what? People started digging out all the tweets. Me too. I can't they follow them, they retweet them. Everything that this woman has been saying, like lately, Tinubu don't talk am. Everything. All those they are in fake. I even pull up some of the tweets, make I read them. All those in fake wetin they call am? Fake activism. When did they do? Tinubu.
those things are just they are for the cameras now. We know already. It's normal propaganda that because the
See, Anna,
Yorubas are more.
leaders celebrate Mandela but lack his discipline and morale. This was in 2013, December. Lack his discipline and moral fortitude. They stand in the way of their people and make Africa laughing stock. Who is doing that now? Please, who is the one now carrying it on top of their head and doing the rubbish? Yeah,
Like
rather than fight terrorists, this was August 2014. Rather than fight terrorists, the government targets opposition. The equipment procured to track and fight Boko Haram is now being deployed against opposition. I
but
wonder.
those are propagandas now. They wanted
Eh,
when they were fighting Jonathan.
exactly.
They created all those unnecessary propagandas for their evil agenda, and Nigeria bought the scam. It was APC was the biggest scam ever in Africa.
The biggest. If
Nigerians,
police have become the armed wing of PDP, let us know. If the army is now patriotic towards one party, let us know. We will all join the army. Who is doing that now? Everything when right now they do now.
the truth is that, but they don't. Those things they write and all that. They don't. They are just playing to the gallery. They are just playing with people's emotions. They are not. These are very diabolic politicians. All right.
Diabolical. You said it well.
So the truth is this: Nigerians came to a point and say, okay, we know that all these people are politicians. Let us look for the politician that what he says is what he does. I know a lot of people were saying, oh, people that support Sowore. I like Showore's boldness and all that. But the challenge was we want somebody that has been in that seat, not corrupt, done what he said he would do, and left it, and yet they can't find corruption. I mean, if they could find corruption against Obi, you think they will not bring it as since? You think they will not catch him? They will catch him. Even Obi's predecessor has been visiting EFCC of late. Obiano. He has been visiting EFCC because he was corrupt. So what I'm trying to say is that a man went through the Nigerian system and came out untouched, and he can move freely. He can go and sit with fans. He can sit with fans, in a stadium. He can walk into a market and buy banana. Nobody will touch him. So, we wanted a man that what you are seeing is what you are getting. At least you can manage him. He will make mistakes. He's not a perfect person. Some mistakes he will make. You may not even like how he talks. But is it that he will do what is right? Yes, he will do what is right. But, the so-called politicians ganged up against the Nigerian state. APC again ganged up. So all those things they write, they post, they put their Twitter guys they pay people to be posting whatever. It's all rubbish now. This election has exposed many people. Like I said, this election exposed every sector of Nigeria: judiciary, religious, political,
Traditional
corporate,
leaders, community leaders,
he exposed
bosses at
everybody
work,
where they
owners of
are.
company, fake billionaires, fake
Yes.
elites. We don't even have elite. I
Yeah.
don't, that
We
word
don't
is
have.
really headache. We
Yeah.
don't get elite.
We don't have.
Go ahead.
So the election exposed everybody. Not everybody's exposed. We now know them. Even the Nollywood, it exposed everything. It exposed everybody. Exposed it. That, oh, these are the people that really don't like Nigeria. These are people that are selfish in their mind. These are people that are selfish in their mindset. To expose everybody. So all those things Tinubu was talking, Tinubu has been of course everybody knows what he does. So there's nothing. Okay, look at what is happening in Senegal. It's the same coup. It's the same coup that is happening in Senegal. Why is ECOWAS not talking to them? Why would the man suddenly decide not to run election? Because he wants to run 10 tenure. He doesn't want elections to hold. What's the reason for elections not to hold? and France and Tinubu are in support of it. And you want to now tell those boys, those army guys in charge of Mali to come and come down. What would they do? They tell you rubbish. You mean nothing. So imagine Tinubu has even destroyed ECOWAS completely. No character again. It's a problem. Just imagine how those boys would have respected Peter Obi and how he will come. He will come with his quiet voice, talk to them, talk to them, talk to them, talk to them. Everything will just be calm and they will find a solution. But, doing anyhow. So it's Nigerians that want it. So Nigerians should endure the 8 years of renewed shege or renewed hope, as they call it. So I think that's my own take for this situation. But it's very sad. The South African business. South Africans should relax. They should stop all these threats of
Thank you.
life.
Please speak on that one because I said it. Kene came. If you see as Kene came enter the comment section, he carry fire enter the comment section. Now the first comment when I first see when I enter be that. Kene say keep South Africa out of your mouth. I'm summarizing. Kene threaten me now. You understand?
Kene should relax.
I say, bro, rest. These people are still, they be Nigerians. Whether
the truth is that South Africans sometimes are very ungrateful, especially to Nigeria.
Our parents say give
this
up
was
money.
South Africa. This was
when
South Africa
for apartheid. Come on now.
We sent money for apartheid. We were in the forefront. We're in the forefront of the ANC and Mandela and his demands. We were part of the Africa and spearheading Africa's pressure on the apartheid regime to allow the people of South Africa their freedom. And we were all glad when it happened.
Even artists. Remember we had artists that were singing? What do you call them? What do you call this man?
Free Mandela.
Magic Fashek.
Yeah, Magic Fashek and all those guys.
And all those guys, they sing great songs.
We had international pressure, funding for the South African people. And then now they became this thing. Then Mandela, look, I love Madiba, and I don't want to talk anything bad about Madiba. Great African, But the problem started when Madiba had issues with Abacha and the regime that Abacha military regime needs to step down, all those kind of things. But when Abacha said, look, this is Nigeria, you are South Africa, allow us our process, we'll get there. And then I understand Kene saying that it's because Lagos election for non-EG, so we don't have moral standing. I understand. Our problem is not about election here, Kene. Our problem is not about election. Our problem is that...
Tell Kene, not be as Kene to talk and when you enter my comment be this, so now it be the first. If let's say carry me for Bele, as soon as you just see South Africa, I don't know whether your papa na South Africa.
Our problem is not election. Where Nigerians are not running election in South Africa. It's not that Nigerians are going there to run election. Nigerians are living there peacefully, and AFCON is happening, and we don't want this what they call it there's a special language for this, the xenophobia. We don't want that xenophobic attack on the Nigerians staying there because of a match happening in Ivory Coast. So that's where this thing came out from. And what happened, where this thing started, was Mandela made a blunder. What he did was, South Africa was hosting a peer pageant, I don't know if it's Miss World or with Miss Universe, one of the pageants. And Nigerian representative to that pageantry was stopped by the South African government led by Mandela. which was ridiculous. They stopped her from going to represent Nigeria in South Africa. They refused her entry. So that is what annoyed Sani Abacha. Sani Abacha was annoyed that, oh, because he's a military president and you want to put pressure on him, you now refuse a Nigerian girl to represent in the peer pageantry. That means you are joining social things with politics. And trust Abacha. Abacha vex. It was in 1996. And in that 1996, Nigeria had just won the 1994 Nations Cup in Tunisia. We had the best team in Africa. We had the new boys coming from the under 93. People like Kanu Wanko, we are going to join the big team, Rashidi Yekini and the rest. So we are having one of the best teams ever assembled in Africa. They were going to defend their title in 96. And who was hosting the 96 Nations Cup that same year? It was going to be hosted by South Africa. So the boys were preparing to go, and Abacha stopped it. Abacha said it's an insult to Nigerians for stopping our pageant from going for that pageantry for Miss World or I think it was Miss World or Miss Universe, that they have no right to do that. And he cannot guarantee the lives of Nigerians in South African soil.
Can you
The
imagine?
boys went to Aso Rock to beg Abacha because Nigerians wanted them to play. The boys went to beg Abacha that they will bring back the cup. They guarantee him that they will bring back the Nations Cup. That they will fight to bring back the Nations Cup. That nothing will stop them. That's their promise to them, that he should allow them. Abacha asked them, how much will they pay you? How much will this? If you win it, how much will you get? They told him. He said he would double that money and give them. They should not go. That's what happened. The boys, all of them, Rufai, all of them, they came out of Aso Rock, and that was the end of the Nations Cup. We didn't go to that Nations Cup to defend our title. South Africa, that's the only Nations Cup that they won. That's the only Nations Cup that the South African national team won. And we still tell them, and we will tell them today, and tell them every day, that they were not true champions because the real champions did not show up in that Nations Cup. Because of that, CAF banned Nigeria for 3 or 4 years, gave us a 4-year ban from the Nations Cup. That was now reduced to 2-year ban. So we missed the 1998 Nations Cup in Burkina Faso. But luckily that same year, 1996, we won the Atlanta 96. To show you that we had a correct squad. We won Atlanta 96 that shook the whole world. So what they were trying to stop us, God elevated us to the world, and we won Atlanta 96. We became the pride of Africa. So South Africans should relax. They should stop this envy. Now, we go into South Africa and see the social issues. Nigerians that went there to work, to find business, especially Igbos, who are predominantly business people there. They have car yards, they do all kinds of business. And then South Africans become envious of them. Why? Because those Igbo boys are having money, those professionals are having money and are treating their ladies well, and their ladies are marrying Nigerians because they are seeing better treatment. You know, Nigerians have yarning, they have lamba. So they are yarn very well, the ladies follow them, they are living life. Then it becomes an envy problem. And then the xenophobia starts. Leave our country, we don't want you here. But those are the people generating wealth. And that's the only part I will blame our own people in Nigeria. All those Nigerians creating wealth, they would have created those wealth in Nigeria. But there's no enabling environment. But in South Africa, there's an enabling environment where people can generate businesses. So, but the South Africans should not always put this envy across us. They have never beaten us in any competitive match. So they should not threaten Nigerians, because if you threaten Nigerians, the truth is that Nigerians will fight back and they won't like it. They won't like it. So they should just chill. They should just chill.
Thank you very much, my
Can
brother.
you self, you chill. You chill.
Thank you. Help me take it. Now, so can I carry hot, but I don't know. Whether can I na South Africa they disguise like Nigeria, I don't know. Now today we go know. Because when I me answer for comment section, because I be the first to post comment today. Now South Africa matter it enter. You just break. You know one person you just bash through. You go just come, just they threaten you. Now so can I do me? Yeah. Now say sure. Now can I be this? I be another person. Then they use can I ID the right. Yeah. Nothing wey can I not tell me finish oh. So I don't know my people. Now that one I say South Africans abeg. After all, Tato na my sister. When Tato get chance they come here. I love Tato. Tato na South Africa. You understand? And I just say Tato understand wetin I dey talk about. But when if you say na football, na game, there are always winners. There will be a winner. There will be a loser.
Anybody
See
can lose.
Angola now.
Nigeria can lose.
When we beat Angola, wetin happen, right? Nigerians were bantering. They were bantering. One Angola space for Twitter. All the Nigerians, almost all of them, they changed their profile to Angola this thing. So they'll go banter with them. It was fun.
Yeah,
was
South Africa should follow the model of Nigeria. The way Nigeria follows football is Nigeria. If Nigeria lose, we dey yab ourselves. We dey yab the players. We don't yab the other opposing team. We yab the players.
Nigerians do Angola.
We abuse the players.
When they enter the space, they call the tell the one guy, I don't ever forget his name. He said, "Na Larry, let me name." He said, "Hey, it's okay." He talked to the host. He asked the host. He said, "I'm not here to fight you, but let me just ask you one question. Did you insult us before the game?" The host said no. He said, "Okay, good. It's good that you did not insult us." Oh
all the African countries are afraid of insulting
do you
Nigeria on social
understand?
media
It was interesting.
because
in fact, you know anything, we can say when the guy can say not be them, we go banter. I say na Ghana, now we go
Now Ghana, where would they wait for? Now Ghana is always disturbing us. You know that Ghana is the problem. So so Ghana is not resting on our matter. They have gone home. Why are you people still disturbing us? So anything that happened, and because we are more in population, all right. So we are more in population, and we are very. I think we are very strong on Twitter and X and Instagram.
Exactly.
So any Ghanaian that just does anything, they just get mugged straight up.
Even the Ghanaian guy came out and said, "You know what?" He said, "You know what, Ghanaians." He said, "Ghanaians, please make them chill. Say because if be like say na Nigeria go win, then go win this cup. Say, but make Nigerians win, but if they win, say you go just sign out of social media for the next 1 year because fit the dragging. Say Nigerians they go finish Ghana." It was fun. They even had a space.
It's just fun.
Ghana and Nigeria banter. It was so fun.
It's just fun. At the end of the day, we're all brothers. So I don't know why South Africans.
I don't know why South Africa. So South Africans, if you are hearing us, please. We are brothers. At the end of the day, we are brothers and sisters. Please, why should it be threats? You are sending out high commission. They send out memo. Come on,
yes, because it's a real threat. It's actually a real threat. Because once they get annoyed, they go and start smashing Nigerian cars and Nigerian businesses. That's just what will happen. All right. So for me, I don't understand, because that is not like that businessman that is struggling to pay his tax and all that has no business with the football. The football is just football of 22 or 25 players thereabout kicking the ball. At the end of 90 minutes, one of them will win. And everybody will banter and we go home.
Exactly.
So I don't understand why this now becomes loss of property. I don't understand it.
And loss of even life.
Yes, loss of property and lives.
Is wrong.
That has no bearing to those people. At the end of the day, those footballers, they will still collect their money, whether they lose or they win. They will still collect their money. Then normally they will collect yab from the fans, whether it's South Africa or Nigeria. If anyone lose, the fans will either celebrate them and say, "Okay, well done, you've tried," or the fans will yab them, and the players understand that, and then we move on to the next season. But it's not something that should now generate fight, that you now want to injure people, kill people, spoil their businesses because of 90 minutes of football
Do you
that is not even
understand?
in the country. Like, seriously.
We are
South
very
Africa,
vulnerable now. We
South
agree
Africa
as
should,
Nigerians. We
South
have a
Africa should
terrible
mature.
government right now. We're vulnerable. We're fighting so that we can get it right,
Yeah,
right?
football is the only thing that
When
brings Nigerians together. Football, that's
yeah,
football.
during apartheid, South Africans were vulnerable. I went to school with some South Africans.
Yes, I understand.
Nigerian government sponsored a lot of South Africans then in
Yeah,
Nigeria.
yeah,
I had
yeah.
some classmates that were South, so it's very painful. Some of them
I
even used to come to
know.
my
The,
house to eat. Used to
the
come to Nigeria
xenophobia
house
is
to eat.
unbelievable. The
It's
xenophobia,
not right.
but
They need
but
to call themselves together.
yeah,
Uh-uh.
it's true. But that's what happens actually. If I look at Kene, what he said, that's what actually happens in the north. In the north, you will see. I remember those days in Kaduna, Kanu. Some of our relatives were there doing business. One of my uncles actually, he had a school there. He had businesses there, and as soon as they have one small problem, they attack Igbo businesses.
Yeah.
They attacked people's businesses, and he
That
had to
are
run
not
away.
northerners. That are
Yeah,
not northerners.
they
They'll
are not
focus on the
northerners or they are not
non-northerners
Muslim.
or
So
Muslim. Yeah.
so they don't think of how does something that happened in Palestine or something that happened in Iraq, US Iraq, now become a trigger to kill a Christian in the north.
Look at it now. China
That's
is destroying mosque. Guess what?
Mhm.
Some dumb-dumbs in Nigeria would retaliate on Nigerians because
It
they are
doesn't make
destroying
sense.
mosque in China. Go ahead, my brother.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that we see that kind of behavior. It's like violence. It's like what they call black violence on black, or African violence on Africa. But it is a strange thing, because even the Bible, it happened to Moses. Moses saw an Egyptian and an Israeli. The Egyptian man was beating the Israeli guy. Okay, he intervened and killed the Egyptian and buried it and moved.
You go drop super chat. You go drop that one. Not be.
Oh,
You
sorry.
don't use
Sorry.
pay like 16 times.
sorry. I'm just giving the story of the Bible. So I'm not.
Uh-huh.
So the next thing now is see two Israelis. They fight. He can't separate them. The two of them now turned on him. Say, who told you to come and separate us?
Exactly.
So these things are things that naturally happen sometimes, but we should. This xenophobia thing just doesn't make sense. I don't see the essence or the joy in doing it, instead of just moving on. Last time when Nigeria and Ghana played for the World Cup qualifier, and Nigeria lost out in the World Cup, Nigerians did not attack Ghanaians. We allowed them to go. What happened was that the people began to create vandalism on the pitch and all that, and the stadium, and they had to rescue Nigerian players out of the place. But I don't understand this South African thing. They should relax. It's just football. 90 minutes. Don't destroy anybody's property, please. Allow people to enjoy the game in their homes and go. And then Nigerians too, don't go and open your mouth, because Nigerians sometimes, I remember the game against, I don't know whether it's Ivory Coast, the game of Ivory Coast. Some Nigerian fans were standing in front of Ivorian fans and laughing at them. It's not good now. Even if you have won, it's not good. You can't just be.
I know they caution them. That letter, that's the truth though. It's good. Let's caution them, because Nigerians, I know lie. Sometimes we dey overdo. Maybe they take
Sometimes we dey overdo. Go carry loudspeaker, go in front of their this thing, on the laugh, they sing. You don't need all those things. You annoy somebody, and then the person will come fight. Then everything will come scatter. So if you have won the match, be graceful in defeat, be graceful in victory.
Exactly.
You've won. don't gloat. Don't gloat in front of somebody, because gloating
Exactly.
annoys people. And Nigerians, I know us. We get mouth, and we like to gloat sometimes. So we need to reduce that gloating in front of people that have lost, because when somebody has lost, it a pain. And when you can't they laugh in front of them, it's a problem. Yes, we destroyed our stadium, but we did not destroy the Ghanaians. We allowed the Ghanaians to go. So we cannot start losing a match and then go and fight the Ghanaians. No.
Exactly.
So the South Africans should know that it's a football. If we win, which we will, if we win, they should just accept it in defeat. And then we also should not gloat in front of their fans, because it will
That's
be
the
very
thing. That's
annoying.
a warning, right? That's needed, because the true Nigerians, we too dey overdo this football period. Now I think no. I say Nigerians, come on now. It's
Now
okay.
Ghanaians, they annoy us. Now Ghanaians, now these
They can't
Ghana
take out their
people.
annoyance, and they can't guess what they now had the space. If you see the space here, it went on for hours.
Oh my God,
Nigerians just roasting
imagine.
Ghanaians roasting Nigerians. I'm like, what in the world?
I know, but the truth is that
But it's
somebody
funny
said
though. It
it.
was funny.
Somebody
I
said
enjoyed
that
it. I'm not gonna
it's
lie.
only Ghanaians. It's only Ghanaians that have right to banter Nigerians. That other people should not enter. I think the guy was saying
Yes.
that he noticed that Cameroon or one other country like that wanted to
Yeah.
enter the banter. Then Nigerians and Ghanaians join forces to banter that other country. You know, just like two
Exactly.
people are fighting, and then you come to separate. Then they just
Nigerians and Ghanaians will be like brother and sister now. We
within like
now we
5 and 6.
pass, but
It's fast as if they
when
quarrel
the
with
real
a settle,
fight
with a
starts,
quarrel with a settle.
Ghanaians
So
and
just
Nigerians go join
like
tag
husband
team.
and wife, you know, you
Also,
quarrel, you settle, then you go your matter. So people should leave Nigeria and Ghana banter. There will be banter on food, there will be banter on Afrobeat, there will all kinds of banters happen. All right. But
exactly.
at the end of the day, Ghana and Nigerians are almost like 5 and 6. So
Exactly.
we don't banter to the point where you will never see xenophobia among us. Yet our
Lie.
banter is very high, but there's nothing like xenophobia where we have to start destroying Ghanaian things or Ghanaian people start destroying Nigerian things. No, that our banter has not reached that level, you know, to become so. South Africans should relax. They should relax. There's nothing there. They have a good country. At least they get good amenities in many places. So they should enjoy their country and not cause problem.
Exactly.
Osimhen
Yes.
is clear to play.
Yeah,
Osimhen
he's
is going
clear
to
to
play.
play. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah. Yeah. Obiadula, I'm telling you, Nigerians love to and pepper them a lot. If you see this, I laugh. I start to dey cry. Some of those places, you see Ghanaians, when you know how they speak with their accent, we say mene, they were talking to Nigerians, they say, I beg, they will come, and the ones that they speak Yoruba go speak Yoruba abuse. Hey God, I say my
But
goodness.
I wish that we can use this same energy
For
and,
our own.
and unity in our diversity
I'm
to
telling
push
you.
the government, to push for better living. Look at Nigerians, whether it's from the north, from the south, the Super Eagles now. Okay, where is Osimhen from? We don't even know. We don't even care to know. Nobody cares to. Oh, when they say Osimhen is not good, well, yesterday, look at
Everybody
Nigerians.
they panic.
Everybody they panic. They are not thinking of, who we play, we need Osimhen, no, because it is one goal to win. Why don't we have that same mindset?
Osimhen is from Edo State.
Yes, from Edo State.
But everybody now, Osimhen and everybody, man. Everybody they ask Osimhen is Obego. People were praying. Osimhen should come back. Oh, we need
if you
him.
put Osimhen on the bench, even somebody that is in Zamfara will cry and say, why is Osimhen not playing? You know, so it tells you that we can actually, there's something meaning that we can actually find common ground, common focus, common goal to achieve. We can find it irrespective of our differences. The other time I saw a clip of the Super Eagles and Ahmed Musa was leading praise and worship. I wanted to laugh. I said, Ahmed Musa is not a Muslim, but he was leading the praise and worship in the camp. So Nigerians can actually work together. The problem is these politicians have set us up against ourselves. And we need to always come to that common goal. And the common goal is good life, good environment, enabling environment, light, water, food for security, basic things, light, water, food, security, and access to education by any Nigerian anywhere in the country. If we have a leader that is detribalized, not biased, wanting development everywhere, everybody will, I tell you, everybody, even the woman in Kaduna village in the mountains in Mina, once she knows that her food, her security, she can go to her small farm. There's no person that will kidnap her. Her small child can go to school and come back. She can get light and get small government subvention. Do you think that she's going to be worried about anything? She will practice her religion if she wants to. Nobody will care. That's the problem. We have leaders that have, then they use that and use our religions, and then we banter on each other, and then they know that that's what will keep us busy, and then they loot us. They literally loot Nigeria. So Nigeria has shown that football has the magic touch to bring everybody, and nobody's talking about tribe. Nobody say, oh, you are not playing only Yoruba, you are not playing only Igbo. Nobody cares. Put the best player to win the game for us. That's all we know. That's all we know. And that's why sometimes Nigerian coaches, we have very few Nigerian coaches coaching Nigerian teams, because the Nigerian coach goes there and then starts playing tribal politics. But a white man has no politics to play. He just wants to see who is the best. I use the best. Finish. No, it was not West Abacha that fixed Super Eagles with Westerhoff. That's not correct, Ekene. It was the time of Aikomo. Aikomo was the like vice president then, Babangida's time. So during the time of Babangida, that's when we hired Westerhoff, Clemens Westerhoff. And then, but the football situation was handled by Babangida's number 2, which is Aikomo. So Aikomo was in charge of Westerhoff directly. So Aikomo used to pay Westerhoff directly. So nobody could play politics with Westerhoff. So Westerhoff went ahead of NFF. So Aikomo will pay him directly. So what Westerhoff did, Westerhoff looked at Nigeria and said, okay, he knows where the best players are. And so he went to teams like Iwayawo National, teams like Rangers, Insurance, all those things, and began to pick players to form the Nigerian team. So if you look at the back line, was very dominant of Iwayawo Rangers boys and the Insurance. Then he went overseas to pick players, kept Keshi and the rest, because when he came, most of the big players did not want to play. So he had to form a new team in 1990. So yes, Admiral Augustus Aikomo, exactly. That's the man that actually made sure that Westerhoff had 5 years, uninterrupted 5 years, to build his team, give him the money he wants, form his camps in Papendal in Holland and all that. And they were able to raise, so because Nigerian football has always had politics, but Westerhoff broke that politics and brought in players that could play. He went to Ranchers Bees and brought in Omokachi. Omokachi came from Ranchers Bees that was in Kaduna. He went to Europe and brought in somebody like Sunday Olise. He went and saw Okocha. He brought in Okocha, who was playing for Eintracht Frankfurt. So, no, it was not Abacha. It was Admiral Aikomo. That's where he was getting his money directly. And but that tells you how NFF has been operating. NFF will collect money and will not give the boys. In short, there was a policy they were playing then. They give home base players. If normally they will allocate maybe $3,000 per match, they will give the home base player 1.5, but the home base player will sign for 3,000. So the question is, who was taking that $1,500? So Sunday Olise is the person that stopped that nonsense. He said every player, if they are giving us 3,000, whether they are home base or non-home base, will get the same thing. That's why they hated Sunday Olise. They felt that he was too overbearing, you know. So because Nigeria like corruption everywhere. So, but they couldn't do Westerhoff any corruption because Westerhoff was getting directives directly from the number 2 man in Nigeria, and it was military regime then. So you have to obey the military. Once the military man likes you, that's it. You don't have anything to fear. So that's the history of Nigerian football in the 90s.
Man, you have a wealth of knowledge, see. Kai, I'm blown away. You write book, me you write book about all these things when you know so.
Maybe I go try write book, you know.
I dey write book,
I think I started from a very, very young age to look at a lot of politics, football, and
Bros,
all this.
but then Westerhoff couldn't have done much without Bonfred Joe. Bonfred Joe also helped.
Yeah. I mean,
Joe,
before we had Bonfred Joe came around. Bonfred Joe did not start with him, all right.
No,
So
he did
Westerhoff,
not start with him. Yeah,
so Bonfred Joe came maybe 2 years after his. So Bonfred Joe, Westerhoff was a manager, all right. Westerhoff is like
technical advisor.
No, Westerhoff is like Alex Ferguson. So Alex Ferguson does not coach on the pitch with you. He has other coaches that do that work, but he manages the team.
Yes.
So Westerhoff was like a father figure, managing the team, understanding their nuances. You get me? In short, they asked Westerhoff, why does his team, because Westerhoff backline, if you look at Westerhoff backline, he always had Igbo players in the backline. He had Igbo speaking players.
Defense,
at his defense.
Yeah.
He said it's because they are rugged.
Okay,
It's because
what's his name again?
It's
That was before the Babayaros came.
Yeah. He said it's because the Igbos have a mindset. So the man understood, he went to understand Nigerian mindset and how they function. That the Igbos have a mindset and it's very collaborative. So when he sees the good players there, he picks them and puts them in that defense lineup so that they know what to do, they know how to fight, they are not afraid. So Westerhoff understood talent, but Bonfred Joe was more tactical. So when he brought Bonfred Joe, before they fell out, they now fell out after some, because Bonfred Joe took his job basically in the 1996 Olympics. So Bonfred Joe won the Olympics, which created, it became more elaborate than Westerhoff's achievements. All right. And then Bonfred Joe, and I feel that Bonfred Joe would have won the Nations Cup. Actually, he lost it in 2000, but I feel that he would have won the Nations Cup in 1996 or 98. I think Nigeria missed those Nations Cups, and Nigerian football never recovered again once we lost those Nations Cup. And that's why South African issue is a personal issue for Nigerian football, because the South Africans did not, the way they played politics with the football made us not win the Nations Cup at the time when we had the best team in Africa. Because football is very cyclical. It comes in cycles. There's times when there was a time when the Egyptians were ruling African football, the people of Abu Treka and all that. So there was also a time when in the 90s, it was Nigeria that was in charge of football. Nigerian footballers were mostly foreign players. Nigeria was That's why people talk of the boss, Stephen Keshi. He was one of the Nigerians that opened doors to many African players to play overseas. Because Stephen Keshi was playing for Strasbourg in France and some other clubs in France. There were very few Africans because of racism and all that. So very few Africans were able to go overseas. But people like Stephen Keshi were one of the first Africans that were able to open up to go overseas. And that opened channels. They went from, actually, they went through Ivory Coast, because Ivory Coast had a very good team. I mean, very good training facility and youth training team with the ASEC Mimosas. So it's through there that people like Rashidi Yekini, Stephen Keshi, all those kind of players went overseas. And then we had a player, bless his soul, Samuel Oparaji, who was a lawyer by profession in Germany. Those are the people that were able to help the teams really develop, especially the Nigerian team from 88 down to the 90s. So Nigeria actually helped a lot of African players to survive and come overseas through people like Stephen Keshi. So when you talk of Africa, especially West African football, now you see that Senegal has a concrete team. And the truth is that what happened was the group that developed football in Ivory Coast for clubs like ASEC Mimosas, they left Ivory Coast and they went to Senegal and started their feeder development football. And if you look at now, Senegal is ruling football in Africa. They have many very strong players. So it tells us that Nigeria, the reason why Nigeria survives is that we have a lot of population, and most of our young footballers, they go overseas early. So our overseas contingent is what is keeping us going. It's not that we have development for football. Our development for football is not like what's happening with Morocco and Senegal. Those two countries are developing their football from the grassroots.
Because and then also the NFF, most of the guys that get into the NFF, they are just there to embezzle money. That's what
Yes,
they are
that's
known for. You
yes, that's
know,
why West
I
Ham
was discussing with someone
boycotted
before.
them.
I was discussing with someone some time ago. Somebody like Amaju Pinnick. Amaju Pinnick was nobody until he got into NFF, and today Amani Pinnick is a billionaire. And you were like, whoa, how did that happen? The thing with most of these Nigerians, they get into public office and then they enrich themselves.
Yeah, but I don't want to say Amaju Pinnick became a billionaire just because of NFF. Amaju Pinnick was already a businessman doing well for himself before NFF. He was actually in charge of. He was
Before
actually
NFF, before
wait, wait.
NFF, he was in Delta. He was just
Yeah,
Delta. What do you call it? Kind of like the NFF Delta State. Yeah.
yeah. And but I mean I cannot say Amaju Pinnick is uh and I don't know him. I'm just talking from what I've observed and
Mhm.
analyzed, and I like to always be fair. If I look at all the NFF chairmen and all that, yeah, it was in Amaju Pinnick's time I saw more professionalism in the way they handled the team. In the sense that what they needed was always provided. What they needed in terms of their monies and everything, Amaju Pinnick did not have issues of problems like that, like other NFF chairman. It's just that Amaju Pinnick was pretty much unlucky not to bring a lot of silverware, but he was able to attract Nigerian-born players overseas to the Nigerian team. He was able to make sure that we get a better deal, especially with things like Nike and all that. He tried his best, but Nigerian football, for it to really develop and move to the next level, it must need hands-on approach, both on the local league, on the junior teams, on our female teams. We must have that hands-on approach. But the problem with Nigeria is that we have this fire brigade approach. Like now, the only time that all these politicians show up is in the semi-final. They try to come across and try to pump money, but they don't understand that our football is not when we get to semi-final. Our football must be from that development stage. Actually, now we are sitting on a time bomb in our football, but a lot of people are not seeing. Our football always reigns based on, I've analyzed it for at least 20 years. Our football, to have the best football team, your under 17 and your under 20 must be very good. Then the next 4 years, you get a good team. Let me give you an example. We are talking of Osimhen, we are talking of Iheanacho. That was when we won. Those boys came from when we won the under 17 back to back. So Osimhen's under 17 team won the under 17. I think it was held in Chile or something. And then, Iheanacho's team won first, where we had Iheanacho and a few of the boys, and Awoniyi was in that team. Iheanacho was in that team. We had Wakali.
I think Iheanacho was I think an Arab country or so. I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, that was UAE. That was UAE.
Yeah.
So they won it in UAE. So, and Iheanacho was the best player in that competition. Awoniyi was there. We had Isaac Success, a few of the players. So when you have a under 17 that looks good like that, it generally transits into your national team. Then the next year, we had the Osimhen team. Osimhen, Wakali, and Chukwueze. That was the team that came the next year. So you notice that it is that team that 4 years, 5 years from that time have now become our national team. And we have the good players, and then we draw in from the same period, we draw in from those ones that are overseas, especially the homegrown, English homegrown players. Now, as it stands now, we have not done well for the past 4 years in the under 17 and under 20. What it means is that we will have challenges going forward if we do not really start working on our underage teams. What we are surviving with now is our overseas products. So we are trusting that we'll have so many overseas products to inject into our national team. So it is very, very important that every year, like somebody is saying, exactly, Oremi, Abdul, Wankwo Oruma, that was in 1995, 1993, under 17, 1993, under 17, Japan 1993. I remember that when they won against Ghana 2-1 in the final. That team, Wankwo Oruma and all that, they all graduated into the 1994-96 squads. So we must no, we did not discover Finidi George in under 21. No, Finidi George was not discovered in under 21. F. George played for Sharks of Port Harcourt. That's when we had a league. You see, Westerhoff was one of the only coaches that used to watch Nigerian league. Most of these white guys don't watch Nigerian league again. So Westerhoff watched Nigerian league, and Westerhoff was looking for a right-footed winger. All right, but he now discovered Finidi George at Sharks of Port Harcourt, and he now brought him for a game, his first game, F. George's first game. So F. George was the maestro for Sharks. So F. George was invited for a World Cup qualifier or Nations Cup qualifier against I think Burkina Faso. He came for Burkina Faso, and basically he overwhelmed Burkina Faso 7-1, and it was how Finidi George came into the national team. So F. George did not play. It was his brother Ienemi Furo, Ienemi George, that played for the under-20, and he was killed actually in a problem in the west or something. So Iganawari George, yes, that's it, that died. So yeah. All right, enough of my football. Madam Omoye, I hand over to you. Is she around?
Una don satisfy una sef. Oh God. I
Now
just
them drag me
quiet.
come out. They want
Once
they
food,
want they
once
want to
food.
hear football history now. So I give them football history.
No, I'm impressed. So you have such wide, you have so much knowledge, eh? Yeah, this knowledge. You know, if you just let them just go like that, do something. Whether if na book
And
you
that's why
want
we're
write,
recording it now. We're recording it on
that's
the
true though. That's true though. It's at least it's because
maybe
no,
I need to
seriously,
write it.
I'm really super impressed by that wealth of knowledge that you have. Very knowledge and in all areas. Oh, my brother Oriyomi, in all, see, you need to hear Seed when he breaks down politics. No, Seed sabi. I doff my hat, my cap for am. Honestly, the knowledge, the way he take dey break am down, very patiently too. Kai, I dey always look forward to hearing you. Anytime I come on live, for my mind I go dey say, hey, I pray say Sid go get chance to come by today o, make we hear some knowledge. I'm telling you seriously, I look forward to hearing from you. I'm so proud and impressed actually by your
Thanks.
knowledge. It's not easy to come by like that. And that the fact that you're even willing to share, I really appreciate it. Not be
It's okay.
everybody.
We just need to share these things. It's
Yeah,
the reason why a lot of things happen in Nigeria, because
exactly.
we don't preserve our history anymore, and so
Mm-mm.
people come and then they will turn the history, just like what happened in January or February 25th last year. How
Exactly.
they turned things against the Nigerians. So we are going to tell the next generation what happened in February 25th. How,
Exactly.
so we need to continue to bring out, because at the end of the day, it's not only me that has knowledge, other people have ideas that I don't know, but we are all learning. And then when we bring it, we'll be able to see exactly what is happening. I think as it stands now, I think most Nigerians, especially young people, have now begun to look into their country deeply and to say, wait a minute, these people are just using our heads. Really, they are. So we need all the knowledge. That's why I congratulate people like you that are running their YouTube pages, so that this knowledge base is preserved, real time, and then people can go back, look at it, and be able to chart a course.
Exactly. See everybody now they praise you. Ray say, who is this speaker? The guy is sabi o. I'm telling you, Ray. Oriyomi says the speaker is knowledgeable o. Kene say, Kene don dey talk am since, not be today Kene start to dey talk am. Kene dey always hear you. Say, hey, Sid sabi. Say people like him should be in NFF. They say make you dey NFF o, Nigerian Football Federation. We are impressed. He say we are impressed. You see am, but our political elite will go
They
and
don't
employ
allow me to do
better.
NFF now. If not,
They
we
say
will
they'll
change
go and employ
NFF.
better edu.
My thing about NFF is it will be a money spinner for Nigeria.
Mm.
Nigeria love football, so why can't we make football become one of the employers of labor? You can
Mhm.
make football employ many people, even people
I'm
that are
telling you,
groundsmen, even people
referees,
that are groundsmen,
coaches in
people that
every state.
yeah, and
Hey,
even people that take care of maintenance and all that.
maintenance,
And
bouncers, security,
you draw in
food
sponsors,
vendors. Yeah,
and then before you know, what will happen is that the big European teams, who are always consistently looking for talent, they look for talent because football is a business.
of
They can
course.
even
So
they can even make it like a Super Bowl. You see how
Oh
Super
yeah,
Bowl
yeah,
yeah,
see
oh
yeah, yeah.
if you
yeah.
if you see how
Why
We
do you think?
California now.
Yeah.
Hey,
Why
I'm
do you
big
think?
telling
boy.
you.
Why do you think that? Okay, teams like Chelsea, Man U, Arsenal, they like to come and do some matches in Nigeria because we have the population.
Of course.
That is your selling, and the population football is what they do. Like what I sometimes I look at what happens in the IPL, the Indian Premier League, the cricket Indian Premier League. India is cricket mad. India is cricket crazy, all right? And they have billion, almost 6 million people live there, all right? And in that 6 million, everyone in their small shanties, they have a cricket bat. And so India now were able to establish an Indian Premier League, one of the best, and many sponsors. In short, people from Australia, people from England, players go to play a season there because it's a lot of money. And you have the fans coming to the pitch. So Nigeria is also like that. It's like the largest black nation in Africa. But we have not leveraged on our sporting abilities. All
That's
right.
true.
And if we leverage on our sporting abilities, not everybody will go to school. That's the truth. But if we
Facts.
leverage on our sporting
Facts.
abilities and now open even sporting colleges that deal with sport medicine, sport science, you will see that there's a lot to be done. But you see, most of those guys there, they're not thinking out of the box. They're just waiting for becoming a sports minister. Then they begin to draw some money from the federal government and play around, mock around. And it's not even about just football, like it's many sports, athletics, different kinds of things. Our school sports are no longer working. You notice that's where we used to have inter-house sports, school sports. That's where you get your runners, that's where you get your people. You go to the riverine areas, you develop your swimmers. Although there's a science in the African swimming technology, why you notice that in swimming globally, black people are not as fast as white people. It's a
They
science.
never meet our swimmers for riverine area. Even when
I
they go
know,
inside water, they
I
for
know our ones they born inside water, but there's a technique. But also we cannot do
they
away
get the
with our.
technique now.
We
Not this
cannot do away.
university
Wait,
one.
wait, wait. We cannot do away with our physical bone mass. These things matter. That's why you notice in athletics, America will always use the black guys because it is just a science. It's just a science. 100 meters, the blacks they run. Physical, you go to long distance, you have to really get it from the people that have altitude. So if I want a long distance runner in Nigeria, I have to go to places like Adamawa, Mina, and Jos. Those are the places that you can get a long distance runner for Nigeria, and you will train on that altitude. So, but the problem is Nigeria, they get people that cannot deliver, they can't deliver. So what do you expect? They'll just eat the money. They'll start, imagine better Edu putting up an invoice for money and saying that she's going to Kogi Airport when there's no airport there, but she has collected money for air transport. That's the madness we have. And then where is she now? Nobody's talking of her. They are giving her soft landing. Where is she? Is EFCC picked her up? Has anything happened to her?
I
Everything
read
happened.
somewhere that she had been cleared though. I think I
Uh,
read it somewhere. I can't remember.
Nigeria moves on because
Hmm.
they know that Nigerians will not complain. We move on to other things. So we have
No,
moved on
because
now.
they said she said that if they did anything to her, she was going to every people with heads will roll,
She will expose everybody.
expose.
So they know, and they
So
know that she's a young, young
exactly.
lady, and
By the
she's a
time she
lady for that
do
matter. So
TikTok, do
uh,
LinkedIn, do
expose
Twitter,
everybody.
expose everywhere. Don't finish now. So they
So
don't
that's
want
why
that to.
they don't want troubles. So that's what's happening. So it's
Oriyomi, I've shared my link. Oh, you say you want to come and talk to Seed. I don't share my link. Share my link. I don't know whether you know the see am. Make you enter studio, come talk to her. Here, Seed. Now you be our superstar today. Oh, they say then you're always our superstar.
I'm not a superstar.
Of knowledge. You know, I'm thinking of an idea for tale. You know how we used to do tales by moonlight. I
You
want
don't
to.
remember me tales by I miss those
Yeah,
things.
I want to create something like that. You know,
Those
maybe
growing,
once.
yeah, create it, create those
Yeah, I
things.
want so
And
that we
there are
can
a lot of
just share.
knowledgeable people. There are a lot of knowledgeable people around.
Yeah, so that we can just share stories. You know, any type of story. You know, that we can just store and
All these footballers now came on board. Now they just want football news. Nah,
exactly.
leave me at football. You know, there was one time, I'll give you one story. My
Uh-huh.
father came to uni to look for me. So he just surprised like that. So when he came to look for me, they were looking for me, they couldn't find me. So my father told them, is there any place that they're playing football? Is there any place that they are just playing football? That they should check in those places that they are playing football and they will find me. Oh my God. So that's how much I used to like follow football, when I was it's just my personal. So when I was like in secondary school, we used to do like football quiz. Can you imagine?
Wow.
Me and my friends, we just do football quiz. We know
Mm.
footballers of like football quiz of like the 70s, 80s, who did this, who played this, who created that pass. So I think that created that interest in just understanding. And then with football, it helped me know a lot of countries. It let me like
Yeah, Oriyomi don't enter.
help me know
Yeah,
a lot of
somebody
countries.
shout hallelujah. Shout hallelujah 7 times. Oriyomi, here you are with seeds. I am na talk.
Oh
Make
my
I
God.
mute.
He has been dropping banter since.
Yeah. Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, oh, finally. Eh?
Wow. Wow. Good morning, everyone. Yeah.
We can't hear
It's like
you.
I can hear echo.
Okay. Yeah, maybe because Seed's mic is on.
Okay.
Seed, can you mute? Okay, so you can talk now.
Yeah.
Oriyomi, you
Am
can
I
talk
clear?
now.
Am I clear now?
You're clear. I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Are you using an earphone or something?
You
No.
need to
No, I'm not.
you need to off the other
I'm
thing you're
I'm
listening
using
to.
my phone.
Yeah,
Direct
okay.
phone.
Okay. I don't know why the echo. I think it's coming from me. Okay, let me mute. You go ahead and speak.
Okay. Am I clear now?
Yes, but I think you're listening to some other device alongside. So I think you need to
Okay.
put off
Okay.
the device.
You know. You, okay. Let me go out and come back in. Let me go out and come back. Let me log out and
Okay.
come back.
So make sure you
Yeah.
turn off your YouTube once you enter.
Okay. Yeah.
Auntie, make I tell una story. Kene, you say make I tell una story. No, that one will be separate too. In fact, I think I'm going to create a YouTube channel for it. So it will be YouTube Tales by Moonlight. That's what it's going to be called. YouTube Tales. So any stories you want to share, whatever it is, you just come there and talk of it. To be separate from this because that one we will compile for stories. Story of the cat, the dog, the hare, the fox, the rat, the rabbit, the monkey, the whatever, all those old stories that we used to hear growing up, even parables and adages. Everybody when sabi, may come abeg, come and share. So see, you were saying something, abeg continue. So we dey gbadun your knowledge.
No, I was just talking about, what made me have that kind of interest. And then that
Right.
with interest in football, it opened me to countries, know their capital, like okay, country like a country like Burkina Faso, the capital is Ouagadougou. How do I know that? Because of football, I wouldn't have known that if I was not really interested in football. So when you know that, then and those times my dad used to keep newspaper. He buys newspaper every week. Those days that was the social media newspaper, right? So he buys like 3 types of newspapers, and then he has newspapers. He doesn't throw them away. He piles them and keeps them. That generation is different. So when growing up, I realized that we had a lot of newspapers, and these newspapers were 1970 something, old newspapers. So I would just get them and just read. I would just be reading the stories, the politics, the news of those days. I just liked it. So I used to read all those kind of things. So I think all that builds up your system, and then you begin to get more awareness of what is happening and the news of the age, and then those things shape your life. Then as you grow older, then you now know, okay, there's now fake news. The news outlets have their political leanings and all those kind of things. Like knowledge is always, you keep learning. I learn from a lot of people here. When I come, I listen, their point of views, and all right, okay, this one is a lot of things. And throughout this period, really, I've learned a lot from different people, and how they see the country and how we can make it better. It's not easy to. Nigeria is a very tough nation. That's all I can say. Nigeria is a very tough nation. We are different people groups, but I hope that one day we'll be able to all less and find a common ground as a nation.
Welcome, Oriyomi. You have the floor.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, my brother, I greet you, sir.
I greet you. I greet you, my brother.
I will never forget. I will never forgive myself if I didn't talk to you. Honestly, I purposely came because of you.
Oh my God.
You see, as you were dishing out those informations, wow, I was like, that information took me back to the 90s. It's like I was now watching a replay back of my life. I was like, wow, how did we miss this noble man, this man that is so vast in knowledge? And one thing about football, there's no how you'll be so informed in football or any other sector. It will lead you to having information on every other sectors of life. Because let's say in Senegal 92, that was when I know that there's a country called Senegal.
Mm-hmm.
When we went to Algiers 90, I know that there's a country called Algeria. All those things, it will give you the information. Then we'll go to Surulere to watch football. We'll be watching the football live. We have so much. Imagine your dad was looking for you, and he just told them, is there any place they are playing football? That you did not only have the passion for it, you are so informed. And imagine now, people like you should be in NFF. Honestly, Nigeria we are just wasting our resources. We have the population. That population alone, we don't really need to depend on crude oil alone. Even football can generate. Imagine how much football Premiership is generating to UK. Alone. And all these other European countries, Spanish La Liga, Ligue 1, Serie A, they were making a whole lot of billions. But Nigeria, we are just allowing all those things to filter away from the country. Imagine our medical doctors are even living. A medical doctor that trained for 7 to 8 years in Nigeria just took the knowledge away.
Nurses,
Because
all that.
because Nigerian government fail to tap from their wealth of knowledge. But our Kolu is now looking for what do they call it? For foreign investors.
He's looking for foreign investors.
Me as a Nigerian, can I invest my money in Nigeria?
That's
Me
the
as a
problem.
Nigerian,
You can't.
can I go and invest my millions in Nigeria?
You can't.
A friend of mine was telling me they should even sell that country. I said, if they want second Nigeria, you buy bad products. Can you buy bad products?
Oh my God!
You want to buy a car, and they now took you to a car dealer shop or any spot. Or you get in there, you discover that the car doesn't have full light, it doesn't have tire, the engine is knock, and even radiator doesn't have. You can't even take it for free.
Yeah.
Cameroon
it's so sad.
employed the service of Samuel Eto'o. Look at their coach. One of their he happens to be their defender. Rigobert Song. Rigobert Song is their coach. Didier Drogba is one of, and we cannot even employ the service of Segun Odegbami. Segun Odegbami contested for NFA. Before they bear NFA before this NFA.
I know.
And there are a lot of politics behind it. NFA is operating on this side. NFF is operating on that. Which one is legal? Which one is authority? Which one? They fought that in the court. They cannot even employ the service of even the coach, our local coach that they employed. They were owing them. They were owing Stevie Keshi in debt.
Yeah, I know.
NFF so is owing Stevie Keshi in debt, even in debt.
The truth is that these guys playing for us are just playing because
for passion.
Yeah, they just play
Ademola
because
Lookman.
passion.
Ademola Lookman could have played for England. He played for under 20 in England. He played for under 21 in England. The guy just chose to play for Nigeria.
Yeah, I know. The problem with the Nigerian thing, like I said, is because people go there, they have selfish interests, they're not thinking out of the box, and when they go there, because they will get money from the government, then they pocket it, and that's it. And so everything suffers. And for me, football should not only be sponsored by government. The British government does not sponsor. The British government does not sponsor the EPL, the English Premier League.
Exactly.
Why do you see billionaires scrambling? Even our own billionaire, what's his name, Aliko Dangote, wanted to buy Arsenal. Why? Because you have an enabling environment. You have made your sports like business, and it is now a product. The Premier League is a product, and they do many things. The other day I was watching the Premier League, and I saw that they had two channels. One channel is normal, I think Arsenal, Liverpool, but you can also watch it on the analysis channel. So the analysis channel, it is like you're watching a video game. So each of the players, as they hold the ball, they are recorded, and you see their movements on a football chart. So it was very different. Yeah. So what I'm just trying, what they're doing is that they keep making products, and it's IT boys that are working those things. The different advertisement consultants are working. So the problem is Nigeria has not sat down to say, okay, how do I make the Nigerian Premier League a very wholesome product? That must be the first stage. You have good stadium, good media, safety for people to come and watch the product of the Nigerian League. Then how do we that will now generate people to make investment in football. Football investment is not an investment that gets you money quickly. So for politicians or business people to invest in football, you actually have to love football first, so that when you invest in it, it's a long-term investment to get there. The only time Nigeria has actually invested in football and get result was during the days of Enyimba, where Ojus Okalu pumped a lot of money, bought all the good players in the Premier League, and then they played for Enyimba. And it's from Eyimba we had people like Enyama and the rest. And Eyimba won the African Champions League twice.
Yes,
But
back to back.
that model was because Ojo Zokalo was a governor and he has access to cash and he can spread it as he wants. But if it's a business person, it becomes very difficult. And because Nigeria makes it difficult, if a businessman wants to, okay, let's say a Saudi man comes and say, I want to buy 3SC, for instance, Shooting Stars. All the things that they will put in, bottleneck, everything will frustrate the man. And then he will not be able to execute. So these are the little things that I think we need to do and see our football as something that will make money for the country, something that will help a lot of young people avoid problems, and then we'll begin to see other people come in and invest. Look at what's happening in Senegal. Like I said, there's a particular group that invest in Senegalese training camps for young people from Senegal, and also it helps people from Mali, so people can move from Mali to go to that Senegalese youth camp, and they are trained in that facility. And then because Senegal has an arrangement with France, so Senegalese young players can go easily to the French league, and it helps the Senegalese national team. But in Nigeria, we don't have that route. We need to create a route either with Spain or with the EPL to say West African players have natural football skills. Why not set up something and raise, that route?
Can I say something, sir?
Yeah.
Can I say something, sir? Sorry to butt in.
No problem. Go ahead.
All these things you are saying now, do you think all our politicians doesn't know it? They know everything. It's just that they are unpatriotic. Ask yourself, what happened in the 80s that we were getting it? Our football was in a top notch. All these Rangers, Shooting Stars, the Academy, all these things. Our league was fantastic. I was born in Mushin, Olateju Street. My father, I will follow my father to, it's very close to Pangrove, Onepa, and houses like that. I will follow my father to Surulere to go and watch football. To all these football clubs.
Yeah.
What happened then that we were getting it, and the difference between then and now? Our leaders are just unpatriotic. They deliberately destroy all those avenues for us not to be developed. Once you are poor, you are not developed, you won't be able to fight for your rights. In fact, you won't even know your rights. Not talk of fighting for it. Thank God for social media that make me to know the likes of you and the likes of Dr. Damages, Adiola Fayehu, Omoye's corner like that.
Yeah.
That was why if our Nigerian leader can stop social media by all means within their power, they will have stopped it.
Yeah, it's true.
They don't want us to develop so that they will continue having their way. Imagine a minister of education have all his children abroad studying.
So how will
a
he
minister of
develop
education had all his children, all his kids, they are studying abroad. He will even go there to go and celebrate their graduation, even sending picture. Imagine our so-called then Speaker of the House of Reps, Badabia Mole. I know it's not Badabia Mole. We will continue to abuse them. It's Badabia Mole. ASU were on strike. Badabia Mole went to America or what's the name of this country? He even videoing himself in the classroom, posting it on it. You can imagine. All these things they are deliberate. That was why go to NTA now. You see that they were inaugurating one emir in one canori. They will be showing you camel moving around on our NTA because they have programmed all the news
Yes,
They
yes.
do not want to hear. That was why the likes of Femi on Onuga will be telling our media houses that they shouldn't be publishing every bad news. Why are you doing? Why are you engaging in bad activities? If you do anything, we will post it. All these things they kill our football. Imagine the level of the high level of employment that football alone will generate. All these ball boys that we are seeing in Premier League, all these ball boys around the stadium. That's all these young children that will follow the players outside. That will be standing. All those things it goes a long way.
Yes.
It's a deliberate action. They kill every sector that they know. If our politicians could have their way in our music entertainment industry, they will have killed it.
Yes, they don't have access to that.
If they have access to it, they will have killed it. The only one that they left that they don't want to mingle. In fact, indirectly, they are still using them. It's not our religion.
They still use it. They used the religious leaders
because they know religion will never make us to develop.
Yeah.
That was why they left it open.
I mean,
they knew
religion should not be a hindrance. It's just that because when we talk of religion, I look at United Arab Emirates and look at Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is doing a project called the Neon Project, all right, and it's like a project that when you look at it, you think you are in you are in a different world. Like it's like you are in 3000 BC. It's like you have been fast tracked to another kind of world. But this is the same Saudi Arabia that is the heart of the Ummah. All right, and you see that they are able to understand the place of religion and the place of social, fabric of a nation to extend, and it's because the young what they call him, what's his name, the young king of Saudi Arabia, crown prince of Saudi Arabia has seen that yes, they have oil. Saudi Aramco, the biggest company, is there, but he looked at
the biggest oil company even in the world.
Yes, he looked at Dubai and the United Arab Emirates, and he observed that Dubai has used tourism and the ability to open up their country, and it has become a melting pot. Dubai is basically a hub. Everybody flies through there and flies out. And when you fly in there, it becomes like a playground for the rich. They do everything they want to do. They spend money, they spend things, and then travel. So, but over the years, Saudi has been a closed society. So what he's deciding to do is, okay, look, I leave Mecca to do the religious stuff. And the other part of Saudi Arabia, we need to now open Saudi Arabia up so that people can spend their money there, knowing that one day the oil business may not be there anymore. So we will have other avenues to generate income. So you see that religion is not a distraction. Israel, as we speak, the Israelis have what they call innovation hubs. Innovation hubs, a very small country, but they realize that in every sector, they bring young people around to look at sector by sector. So let's say they'll get young people, look at education sector, look at this sector, finance, whatever, sports. Find a way to disrupt it. Find technologies that will disrupt the current technologies. And that is how we have most of what we have, things like PayPal, all these kind of things. That's how so they have innovation hubs across Israel, creating phenomenal technologies. There's a technology that the Israelis have that even if you put off your phone, they can still track it so far as that phone has a battery. So what I'm trying to let us know is that Nigeria has not leveraged on their human resource globally.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
and because, like you said, these politicians have no heart for the people. They have no heart at all.
Unpatriotic.
They are really
Unpatriotic.
unpatriotic. They're unpatriotic. They're unpatriotic. It's just for themselves and themselves alone. Education is dying. We all schooled in Nigeria. So that means Nigerian education was good at the time. But
Yes.
what was the current level of education is very poor. And because everybody is going overseas, even the Nigerian president has to go overseas.
He's still there.
You know, meanwhile,
He's
other
still there
countries,
now.
their presidents don't go overseas. If you are a reasonable country, you should have a solid system in place to take care of your president. But because of the sins of what men do, you know, they don't feel safe to stay here to take treatment, and so they don't even give treatment to Nigeria. The other day, I was talking with a friend that is in Mauritius, and then the person's parents had a stroke, so and they had to call ambulance. So they was like, "Oh, this ambulance, I hope it will come early." So I was quiet. So I now saw the ambulance. They showed, because they were watching it from via satellite, because they had some cam there, some webcam. So they showed when the ambulance came. I saw when the ambulance came, took the parents, and then the ambulance went straight to hospital. So I say, wow, it's amazing. But they were complaining that the ambulance did not come on time, blah blah blah. I now said, actually, you should be happy, because the country I come from, I don't even know whether they have ambulance. I don't know whether there's going to be ambulance that will show up at any time, because the Nigerian has to provide ambulance for himself. He has to provide ambulance, which is either his neighbor or his friend that can bring their car. They carry the parent to the hospital. When he gets to the hospital, he has to pay first before they even enter that hospital or talk to the parent. Or
I grew up knowing ambulance that they used to carry dead body.
Mm-hmm.
That was what I knew ambulance for while growing up.
You go, you don't see all those kind of things. A Nigerian provides water for himself because he digs borehole. A Nigerian provides light for himself because he puts generator. So you look at, Nigerians have been used to providing things for themselves, the basic things. Nigeria provides security for himself because he put either 2 policemen or a megad, and so Nigeria educates himself, because most Nigerians do not go to public primary school. The people that go to public primary school are the poor of the poor, and that is the truth. You will see a Nigerian, they will have children, they will have a house help, they will send the house help to the public school and send their children to private school.
With school bus.
I'm talking,
With school bus.
With school bus.
And the maid will trek down to his own school.
Down to her own school with tattered
uniform,
without book. So it tells you that there's a problem in the psyche of the Nigerian. There's a big problem. And so they know that they have put us in this kind of envelope where you provide for yourself. The other day, were they not telling people to defend themselves? They were telling us, defend yourself. Go and find a way. If you can defend yourself against kidnappers, defend yourself. How will a Nigerian defend himself? Does he have access to weapon? Is there access to can buy weapon like in the shop and defend ourselves? So now they are pushing us now. Since you have been buying things for yourself, doing things for yourself, now defend yourself. I see when the Nigerian is in that space, he cannot get out of that envelope. Because getting out of that envelope means that he needs to fight the establishment. And he's now saying, no, why would I fight the establishment? Let me preserve what I've been doing, providing for myself, so I cannot kill myself. That's why a Nigerian does not go out to kill himself, because if he goes out to kill himself, he's like, I'm wasting myself. Let me just it's a self-preservation mindset. And that is why things
we are operating based on how we were being wired right from childhood. You see, those of us that have had the opportunity to leave that country, you discover that your mentality will just change.
Yes.
You will be transformed. Religion is not bad. As a matter of fact, I'm talking to you now from Dubai. I live in UAE. Are you getting it now? Religion itself is not bad, but the way it is being programmed in our country, that's how we are now seeing religion being bad. Religion is look at all this. Okay, you made mention of Saudi. In Dubai here, there's Fushon Museum. If you enter that museum, they have project what is going to happen in their country in the next 30 years. And it's an Arab country.
Yeah.
But they never put their religion in their forefront. This crown prince of Saudi that you are talking about, he was part of those people that fought for their women driving. Before, a woman cannot drive in Saudi.
Yeah,
but now a woman can walk around on her own. A woman can drive on her own. Because they discover that religion, look at every country that put religion, all this Afghanistan in their forefront, they will never develop.
No,
if you are being fanatic about religion, you will never be developed. Now, Saudi is fighting their own war with machines, with ammunitions. But in Nigeria, we'll be calling the God of Israel to come and rescue us. Because that is how we're being wired. A Nigerian man who want to cook will still be praying that Oluwadeke Onje Ijino. Will still be praying that make this food done. Are you getting now?
Yeah.
Imagine somebody is living in Ibadan, going to Lagos with 10 liters of fuel. He will still be praying that God let this fuel, let this petrol. Imagine a madman that's supposed to be in an asylum. Instead of you to enter a filling station to fill your gas, you are praying on 10 liters of fuel from Lagos to Ibadan.
He doesn't have money.
Because his GO told him that while he was going to one country, he stopped the snow. Can you just imagine? I was watching a video last night. The pastors was holding their phones. Everybody submitted their phone to the pastor, and the pastor was now praying on the phone that a miracle message would descend on that phone. Imagine somebody who doesn't have a bank account. They are praying for him to have credit alert. And you'll be seeing some master degree or the PhD professor in that church will still be saying amen. Because that's how he's being programmed.
You know what? Since you guys are talking about it, it's very important that I play this video. It's only 9 minutes long.
Go ahead.
It ties right into what you guys are talking about. So
Go
let
ahead,
me go ahead and you guys can continue the conversation because it's quite interesting.
Hello, everyone. This one that I'm going to talk about now, I don't even know how to describe it, because there must be something about someone having so much self-hate.
Can you guys hear and see?
You know what is good for you, and you deliberately don't do it. Okay, maybe all of us have that to some extent. For example, I love to eat sweet things. I have a sweet tooth, chocolate, whatever. I know it's not good for my health. I keep eating those things, and then healthy food that you should be eating to maintain your weight, you don't eat them. Maybe probably I could understand things like that. But when you deliberately, deny yourself the basic things in life, impoverish yourself, put yourself down just because
Oriyobi, can you mute your mic?
Don't
mute it for
want yourself or like yourself. It beats my mind, honestly. It does. But for you to understand what I'm saying, it seems Arewa, right, wants Peter Obi's competence, but they don't want his leadership. How does that work? Listen to this. Let me read this out for you. This is a tweet from a handle that calls itself Arewa Twitter Connect. He said at Arewa Connect, it's normally like pro-northern kind of handle, which is normal. I mean, every region should be able to promote themselves and everything. There's really nothing wrong in that. It says, to be sincere, Peter Obi is doing what the president should be doing. He has been visiting and attending several occasions. Most of other politicians enter this pause. I don't know what that means, after election, or they are on pause after election and resurface after 4 years. But Peter is still active. We need strong opposition like him and order in every government. So this is the thing about Nigeria. We know what we're supposed to do, but we don't do it. And at the end of the day, we sit down and we're praying to God to do it. So Peter Obi is that, you're seeing it. You're seeing what competence can be, what character can be, what capacity can be. But then when it comes to voting, you now begin to remember religion, you begin to remember ethnicity, you begin to remember all sorts of things why you shouldn't. And that's why for me, like whenever I see people who say to me that, oh, Nigeria needs a miracle, I say no. God gives us this miracle every 4 years. God gives us the opportunity to be able to make a choice. God has given us our brains to use, but when the time comes to make those choices, we actually refuse to make the choices that are going to be beneficial to them. We make the wrong choices, and then we stay and keep praying to God. It's just like if I carry myself now and go and see a train coming and go and sit down on the train track and I start praying to God to save me. That train will pieces me, and that's it. Everybody will forget I ever existed, because God gave me a brain to be able to know that I shouldn't sit there. It's not to do something wrong. And the Hausa people have a saying for that. They call it ganganchi. There's something they call in Islam that is called qadara, fate, something that is predestined. There's nothing you can do about it. It happens to you. It's like somebody waking up, or maybe you have this disease, or it happened. There's nothing you could have done, to have prevent that. But then there's also something called ganganchi. When the Hausa people talk about that, something that you deliberately on your own sought to happen to you, and then you begin to say that, oh, it's God that made it happen. No, it wasn't God that made it happen. It's not fate. It's not predestined. Those were based on the choices that you made. And as human beings, we actually make our own choices, and these choices are what we now have to live by the consequences of these choices. Another tweet, of course, this is from someone, some guy who is on Twitter. I don't even want to, I'm just going to read the tweet, not even talk about the person that this is. And he says, Peter Obi is busy going from one state to another for lip service while the country's economy is falling apart. Take a pause there. Peter Obi, right now, isn't his sworn-in president. But yet, Peter Obi is the one he's blaming for the economy, that Peter Obi is going from place to place. What was he supposed to do? Sit down in one place and not move to place to place? But you see how convenient it is for us to always shift our blame and blame other people. And so he says, if he has any good ideas on how to tackle this issue, I'm sure that he's talking about the economy issue, now is the time to share them with Bola Ahmed Tinubu, so Nigerians can know he has what it takes. So this particular handle wants Mr. Peter Obi to share these ideas with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This is the same person that says, oh, Peter Obi can never be president. Oh, he will never vote for an Igbo person. He will never do this, that. But he wants the idea. So if you don't want this person as president, or you will not vote for an Igbo person, you don't want an Igbo person to be your president, why do you want the ideas? Why do you want the ideas? You should also know what the ideas. My people have a saying, meaning that thing that you forbid, that you don't eat, you don't use your teeth to share it. I don't eat pork. I'm not going to see you and say, oh, bring this pork, let me help you people to divide it for you people and share. No, you don't do that. So if you don't want him, why do you want his ideas? So you don't want his leadership. He shouldn't bet. He should be there and get to give you the ideas to do what you want to do. And at the end of the day, you will not be saying that, oh, you're praying to God for miracles. God will not do for us what He has given us the capacity for us to do for ourselves. Every 4 years, God gives us the capacity to do, to do the right thing and also to do the needful. But there was something quite funny here where this guy replied him, and he said, and he replied, he said, how will you feel when someone stole your phone and call you with another number asking you to send the password of the phone he or she stole from you? How will you feel about that? So that's the question that this particular person is asking. So how do you feel about it? You just sit down and elections have been rigged, and then come and do it. But the thing also, and which is where I would say it's this particular handle is trying to be what's the word? Is it disingenuous or being economical with the truth, in the sense that constantly, and I think I've done a video to this effect, to say whenever Mr. Peter Obi brings out the problems that are there, he always adds the solution. He always puts in the things that are supposed to be done. When he talks about the economy, he always puts it there. So these are public statements that he has made. But trust Nigerians, they're always holding the person who is not the person putting them in problem responsible and accountable, because people are too afraid to hold those that are in office, that are destroying their lives, accountable. So they would rather hold other people accountable, so that no matter the number of times you give the solutions, no matter the number of times you're saying, these are the things that are supposed to be done, these are what you should do, the way Mr. Peter Obi has been saying, they don't say it. They don't want to say it. They won't call him busybody, they will insult him, they call him all sorts of names, because they are more focused in ensuring that, they continue to what's the word that I'm looking at, to praise the people that are actually destroying their future. So that's the sad thing about Nigeria. But hey, we'll continue to see. After all, the suffering is not just for one person. I mean, they were telling us that we are going to cry after election, but I think probably they didn't realize that the crying is going to go around. Everybody is going to cry. That a bad governance. I saw a tweet where somebody say bad governor is like cancer. It affects every cell. If you leave it, it goes everywhere and it destroys the whole body. There's no one person who is free. I mean, there's no one person who is going to be crying while others are laughing or whatever. Even the ones that are laughing, they are very small in number. And they too will also have certain things, tears. Like earlier we saw someone that had been gifted 10 million naira. But the thing is that 10 million naira would have given him about $13,000 just a year ago. But today it's just going to give him about $6,000. So we are all suffering. Everyone is suffering. And that's how this thing continues to go when people don't get it. But anyway, let me laugh small. They want Peter Obi's competence, but they don't want their leadership. Oh, shit! Thank you so much.
Very, very spot on. I like the analogy where she used. She said, "You took somebody's phone, and then you call the person.
You call with another phone and say, please give me your PIN of this one."
No, what I wanted to say is that you call with another person, you call with another phone and tell the person to give you money for credit to call. Madness. I think it is the deception, especially in the north, and all this rubbish they think. What do they expect? Peter Obi will press their neck. They have not seen anything. There was one thing that Tinubu always said. He came and said, "Oh, when he was yabbing Peter Obi, import, export, import, export."
Shane, statistics we go chop.
Statistics will go chop. Now, that man that you exposed like that. So, and you know what Peter Obi did during this football time? He goes to the supporters club and he wears a t-shirt, right?
Yes.
Authentic.
I'm telling you, authentic.
They vex them.
Baba, can you know that I didn't even know that Akpabio even went to go and watch that match. It was only Peter Obi that we saw.
P2B did not stay where dignitaries stayed. P2B went inside France.
I'm
That
telling
is
you.
credibility. That is because he knows that if he enters inside France without his shirt authentic, he dey pay no, he dey pay. That thing they do, they pay. I don't know why. And you know, P2B will just do it very quietly. His violence is a quiet violence, very quiet
In
one.
fact, and it speaks volume. Anything he does speaks volume. My grandfather used to tell me something while he was alive. He said, anything a greedy man possess is never his own.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And he won't be able to make judicious use of that
He
thing.
can't use it. He can't use it.
Yorùbá ní ẹni tó bá jalè lẹ́ẹ̀kan tó bá daṣọ àrán borí, aṣọ olè ló sì dàbòrà. That if you stole once, you stole just for once, so and you now cover yourself with a golden garment. That golden garment is still a tainted garment. There's a stain on that garment, and you will never be respected. You will never be respected.
You know,
for you to have stolen once. He's not talking about career criminal, somebody who is a career criminal. Imagine a friend of mine, we both live here in UAE before he left for Nigeria. He left before that election. He called me Omo Ale, a bastard. Because I was supporting, or I'm still supporting Peter Obi. Though he never say it directly to me. He said, "Ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá tẹ́ ẹ dìbò fún Tinubu, ẹ̀yin ọmọ àlè Yorùbá." You know, he was when somebody is talking to you, talking to you.
You know what
I now say to face to face, why don't you face to face tell me, call my name, Oriyomi, you are a bastard. Then I will now point to my father, that this is my father. But I asked him one question. Up till now, he was not able to answer me that question. Up till today. I said, if you have a company, you will not be around, and you needed somebody to manage that company for you on your behalf in your absence. And they gave you 3 options. They gave you Atiku, they gave you Tinubu, they gave you P2B. Your own company, know that you invested your money. He said, that one is different. That one is different. You know, when they want to argue blindly, and there's no how you support APC or Tinubu, no matter how intelligent you are, you look stupid.
Exactly.
No matter your level of intelligence. Baba, because of the information you were giving out, that was why I came in. I would have been on my, I'm a keypad warrior. I would just be on this comment section. I will be typing. But because the information you were reeling out, I was like, wow. If it is only today, I'll be able to speak with this man in my lifetime. I've achieved.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. I love to learn. When I see somebody who has a vast knowledge, imagine what Kenneth put on the that you pasted now. That statement alone it will only come from somebody who is genuine. I love genuine knowledge. He said, yeah, that one is different. I now ask this, my friend, that look, between company and country, which one is bigger? Somebody who cannot manage your company, and we now want that person to manage your country.
Did you watch the video, my video from the beginning, Oriyomi? I played some Yoruba people wailing and singing. Did you listen to
I've watched those videos since yesterday. I've watched all those videos. All those videos, I was sending it to them. All these psychophants, all these mischievous makers, I was sending it to them. That Omo Ale is now giving you the information now. Shebi Baba said it in Chatham House when they were asking him. He said they will spy on him. That he will need to come back here. Now they've given him the mandate now. Who is spying on him? He has nothing up there. He has nothing.
He says teamship.
Yeah, teamship. Imagine you went for an interview They were now asking you a question. You were throwing those questions to all these psycho. Better I do was one of those people that followed him there.
Yes, yes.
If you are a
Error.
career criminal, the people around you, they say, show me your friend, I will tell you who you are. The people around you must be a criminal.
Of course.
That's why Confessor Wole Soyinka, we never knew that this man, this election exposed many. I told this my friend, I said this election will make me to know the amount of mad people we have in Nigeria. Will make me to know the amount of mad people. Anybody supporting this Tinubu, I know you are mad. Don't that you are not naked, you are not in shame. In fact, one of them naked himself in the beach is now apologizing.
Apologizing to who? You don't
To
apologize
who?
to us. To who?
Go and read the comment section of his video. People were now telling him that Olori Buruku ni sir, that they were abusing him, that you naked yourself praying for this man and you now wear clothes apologizing. You must naked yourself apologizing.
Exactly.
It's mad.
Because Tinubu's wife paid for your medical bills. And so
exactly. So we should all suffer for it.
Do you know how many people have paid for their medical bills?
Do you know how many people P2B reached out to?
Thank you. I continue to reach out to. They give millions.
I'm still doing it. Peter Obi was moving around. One idiot was tweeting that is moving around where because did you go and meet your Tinubu, your Kalu? This my friend, I asked him. There were many. I said, you know your father, you know your mother, you know your siblings, your friends, you know your household, you know your family compound. Tinubu doesn't have any. Somebody that denied his parents. Up to today, you don't know who born Tinubu. I was talking to one lady here. He said, my boyfriend is not faithful. I said, which work is your boyfriend doing? He said, in a G guy now. I said, somebody who lies for living, who tell lies for living. You now want the person to be faithful.
How does it happen?
You know, did you be that? No, did you be that?
It's true now. It's true. So it's just
somebody who doesn't have a reputable source of income, and you are not saying that person is not faithful. You must be a daydreamer. Expecting anything meaningful from Tinubu is like you expecting the devil to become born again today. It's a career criminal.
Àwọn ló kàn. The suffering will reduce.
Even the Ayinde, the Kwame that was singing for him, now was now telling people are lamenting. You don't know before, Tinubu was standing. People will have to hold him behind. They will hold his hand, hold his back. They will be telling, they will be whispering what he will say. We will not forget all those videos. We'll still be playing it. Electricity is a super highway that cannot generate electricity for a roasted corn. Somebody is saying Balabu. And you are expecting all those things.
Now we are in Balabu economy.
What is the relation between a town hall that is different from Balabu? Which school did he attend? Somebody graduated from a school in 1970, and that school was established in 1974. They produced their first graduate in 1979.
Oh my God!
We need to forget. Their name will go down in history. The life of Wole Soyinka that took a gun to a radio station.
Yes.
And that psychophant, that mischievous character, was now calling us fascists. In fact, I'm a proud fascist. If what I'm doing will be his own definition of fascist, I'm a proud barbarian. We never knew that all these people are criminals. Election 2023 exposed all of them.
They're all criminals.
Exposed all of them. All this on your FIFA. All this on your FIFA. Our reverse thing.
Peter Obi. They ganged up because they knew that a politician like them is going to expose them. Because Peter Obi is going to close all those money loopholes, all those things.
Baba, they were just being afraid of the unknown. Peter Obi said he will not close his shop chasing criminal.
Exactly.
Yes. He will not close the shop chasing criminal.
He said
They
it.
could have gone with the money. Only that we will stop it. Another one will not happen.
He said he would have gone to meet them and say, okay, fine, you have taken, but we need some, I beg, so that we can kickstart the economy. Give us some back. He would have done it gently.
But you see,
Baba,
the senators knew that there will not be Jeep now. He's not going to allow Jeep. He's not going to permit all those things. He will not sign
buy
it.
them Jeep.
I meant that
Baba, we will buy them. We will buy them the SUV. Only that we will buy it from Innocent. We will buy it from Innocent.
We will buy it from Innocent, and Innocent will produce more and more jobs. You circulate the money.
Mod vehicles. Which other
because
vehicle?
I remember doing in 2009, 2008, 2009, during the global financial crunch that hit the whole world. One of the economies that they now borrowed what they were doing to use it in the US was the Australian economy. The Australians now injected money into construction. They injected money into construction. They gave people money that will have new houses and all that, so that they can be projects happening and people will have work and things will circulate. So that was what was happening. So other economies now borrowed it because the Australian economy was able to sustain the pressure of the global financial market, and their banks were able to sustain it. That is what we do. In situations like this, Innocent, all those people, Nord, they begin to produce cars. That means you need more production, and then even if you are giving the cars, but you see, it's madness we have. They don't want that. They don't want that. They want to siphon money. You don't understand. Did they wait? They didn't wait. They didn't wait 2 months, 3 months. Better Edu and all of them. They started siphoning money. All of them. Every minister is siphoning money. Every minister. It's just that. Make sure
because we heard Yoruba people used to say Ori lejati imbaje, Ori. The fish starts rotting from the head.
Exactly.
So once the president is a criminal, Peter Obi said, I am not a saint, but I will not steal your money. And how do you stop corruption? He said, once the president and his family are not stealing your money, they're not born the minister well now. You know when Boko Haram came newly, people were saying, they were looking at his body language. They think at body language. Nobody, everybody was about sitting right. They are washing the steps. But immediately they discovered that Boko Haram is a crook. Everybody just went haywire. Bam. For the record purpose, anybody who cares to listen, and because I know people will still watch this video in the years to come, the Nobel laureate that Professor Wole Soyinka used to attach to his name is not an academic excellence. So the organizer of that event was this guy that manufactured bomb, and he now discovered that what he invented killed so many people. So all the money he accrued from that invention. So okay, let me organize a program at least to be shown a kind of charity something. And those people that they even invited, they refused to show up because they saw it as it's nothing. The Shino Ashebe and the likes. Professor Wole Soyinka collected that award. So if you are seeing reading Nobel laureate in his name, it's never an academic SLS. Wole Soyinka is a no clue. He exposed himself. Why they were saying they were carrying rice? That rice they're talking about, no big rice to the way with the shop. Now that rice where they arrest Tinubu for. They were keeping it. He was the one keeping. He was part of this group keeping it for them. So they were saying that they use that rice code dead name. They keep up. So Wole Soyinka grew up in criminality. All of them, they were crooks. All of them were crooks. That rice, no be rice where with the shop, or no be rice, 7 rice where with the shop for UAE or Arosa rice or Father rice.
or basmati
No be
rice.
Abakaliki rice. Now that rice where they arrest Tinubu for. They all of them know they know Tinubu right. They live together. They
Yes,
roll out.
they know him. They know him.
They know each
They know
other.
him. But they are
That was
blinded. They
why
are blinded by their own.
somebody like me will never forgive Obasanjo.
Yes,
Obasanjo can be holding Peter Obi's hand up and down now. He put us in this
I
mess.
can never. Yeah, me too. You are the
Obasanjo
same way I
put us
feel.
in this mess.
Same way I feel. Mm-hmm.
And I'm happy they are still alive. All this thing is happening in their press in their face. Where this guy go on became pastor because while I was serving in Jigawa State, he came to our church then.
She go and hit his
Redeemed Christian Corpus Fellowship. He came to our fellowship then. He was now preaching around.
Rubbish.
Now what is happening in Plateau State now? Go on is still alive.
He is not saying anything. He did there.
He can't do anything.
God will give you long life for you to witness all the atrocity you have committed.
Yes.
If one died about 40-50 years ago, we'll say, we lost a nobleman. The same way people are saying they lost a nobleman.
All of them are shame they will take
Muritala was never a nobleman. Muritala was never a nobleman. He was part of those people that committed genocide during the war. I will not call it civil war. A war is a war. A war that is an event that by many millions of people is never a civil. There's nothing civil. He was the one that committed genocide between Onisha and Delta State. Today's Asaba. He was the one that lined up all those women, children. They committed the genocide.
It's true. It's true.
Now my village people they kill like that too. Now my village people, yeah.
Muritala was the one that led the troop. He was the one that led the operation. Children.
They were lining them. They were lining them up. Firing squad. Yeah. And just buy them, just like that. My dad.
T.Y. Danjuma was the one that led the squad that went to Adekunle Fajuyi's house to buy
Wow.
They buy the man brutally. This T.Y. Danjuma now that was now shouting that you people should put yourself. We know the. I will continue to say it out. We're going to speak it out for the record purpose. That was why they removed history from our curriculum.
So that nobody will know that they are the bad guys. Meanwhile, they should be in the Hague.
Hey, no wonder Nigeria problem be as e be. Hey,
no be today it starts.
Come back. Hey,
no be today it starts. It has been on. So Obasanjo will never be forgiven.
Never. Me, that one I support.
Forgiven. He put us in yes. In fact, it was Genesis. We could have organized that free and fair election when Obasanjo want to leave power. Obasanjo said we want to go and compensate the oligarch that brought him to power. He now gave us a sick man. Imagine all what we went through during the late Yar'Adua saga. For like 8 months, Nigeria was on standstill. We couldn't go forward, we couldn't move backward. And the economy was shut down. His wife was now information. He was the one signing all the documents. Yar'Adua died many days, months before they could even announce it.
Yeah. And it took a woman like this drug enforcement woman. What's her name? Dora Quinley. That was shouting and saying, "What kind of thing is this?" Because she was a minister in the government. What kind of
minister of information? He was the minister of information.
She said, "What kind of thing is this? How can you people be closing us out of this?" No, there's a necessity to get to. And the problem is, then you see that our constitution is actually useless. Because you know why? When a president is incapacitated, it is natural for the vice to come. Yet they were arguing it. And now
the same way they were arguing
Abuja. Same thing that's what they did now. When they wanted, they changed Abuja's thing. Oh, no, it's no longer 25%. You know, the truth is that the constitution that we have is not actually a constitution. it is just there for being there. They twist it where they want at any time. And the funny thing is, they have hijacked everything that they need to do. So when it doesn't favor them, they twist it. But
the same way Obasanjo did in 1979, 12 to 3rd. Obasanjo did this in 1979, 12 to 3rd.
Yes,
that was why that was why they rigged the election against Awolowo. They went to go and put one village headmaster, Shagari, who doesn't even contest. Shagari never contest. He never even posted the poster.
Nigeria has been, so that means at the end of the day, it's the same thing that has been happening. They scam the Nigerian people.
Exactly. For God, they scammed our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, our fathers, and then us, and then the children that are coming. Hey!
Go and watch the swearing in of Obasanjo in 1999. Obasanjo never held the constitution. In fact, he never saw the constitution as at the day of his inauguration. They never swore in Obasanjo with constitution. That 1999 they were shouting as amended, or what they call it. In fact, we don't even have constitution. You've said it all. We don't have, because the constitution supposed to emanate from the people. Any law that is not made by us will never be made for us. That was why when it suits them, they say law of necessity. When it suits them, when they feel it doesn't suit them, they jettison it.
The question that we should ask: what does law of necessity means? Necessity means that, oh, we didn't have this in place, so because this thing has happened and it is not in the constitution, so we have to do this. That's actually a lie. That law of necessity is actually a lie, because
it's a lie.
The constitution already has that if a president is late, the vice president
or incapacitated,
yes, the vice president naturally takes over. So what is the doctrine of necessity? It was to please the North. To please the North, that the North was angry. No. They want to do another election so that it's a Northerner that is president, because they are born to rule. You see, that's why I tell you, Nigeria is a sad case, a real sad case. And people now are allowed what they call doctrine of necessity. So tomorrow, if it happens to a Southern president, will they say doctrine of necessity?
Baba, sorry, I used to speak in proverb. I beg,
no worries. Go ahead.
That a house that we use saliva to build, it only takes a dew from heaven to just collapse the building. Nigeria has never been one. They force us together. Many people fight. Many people were fired. Many people lost their lives before they could amalgamate the southern and the northern protectorate. We were never one. I served in the north, and anybody who have visited the north, we know that we are never. The only thing that makes us to look alike is we are just human. We are both human beings. In terms of ideology, character, and every other thing, we were never one, and we will never be one. In as much as we imagine somebody like Mahmoud Yakubu, a quota system professor. A quota system professor. Yeah, how would someone who need to score 200 and above in JAM, and somebody will only require just to attend, if at all he scores 0?
Yeah.
The same way they killed the same way they collapsed our football. Then they were saying, there's no other than the national team.
Yeah.
All national team are Igbos. What's it concern
Delta, another.
What's it concern us? We say na Igbo man be player for so. What's it concern us? That was when they went to go and bring all these northern players. All these professors if they played me one-on-one with Mahmoud Yakubu academically, you can never match me.
That's why they insisted in the
But if they placed me side by side with Mahmoud Yakubu, he dare not. All these people are quota system. All this. That's why you see somebody who doesn't have certificate. He's a judge, high court judge in the north. Quota system judges. Imagine our past CJN. This man that usually wear cap. Hey, what's his name? He was the one that came in after or not.
Mohammed. It's not Mohammed.
He cannot. This man will be talking. He cannot even quote a section of the constitution
because he's not a. He's a Sharia.
He's a Sharia lawyer. A Sharia lawyer.
How can you put a Sharia lawyer to be Supreme Court?
To be CJN. Do you know the power of CJ? Our CJN in Nigeria is as powerful the same way our president is powerful. A CJN is the head of all the judicial committees. In fact, he is the head of the NJC. You know, they just put it backward. CJN, NJC. Both head. All the committees, he will be the chairman. Even in our ECOWAS court, he's still the signatory, still the head representing Nigeria. So that's why they tell you, if they want to tell you an Abuja is a local government, Abuja will eventually become a local government. If they tell you Abuja is a city, Abuja will become a city. The constitution, as bad as that constitution is written in English, well written in English. We can understand, we can interpret it. Don't let anybody be calling himself a learned. All of us are learned, in as much we both went to school. So 25% of FCT is shall. When they use the word shall, that means it's a must. Now they told us Abuja is a state. A state that doesn't have.
What happened? They hijacked it's a hijack of state. It's typical way of Tinubu.
The constitution says every member of the Supreme Court justice must come from all the 6 geopolitical zones. Do you see anybody from Southeast? Out of all the judges?
No.
Justice? No. It is well arranged. In fact, they are arranging it for 2027.
Yeah, of course.
Both in judiciary, in the INEC. That's why Ariwola, daughter, is the head of one of the judge in the high courts.
Yes.
Before you know it, now they will promote the daughter to the appeal courts.
And even all the list daughter.
All the list daughter is there. So they know.
They should change it to Justice Chief Ariwola, Sons and Daughter and Friends Nigeria Limited.
No baton. No say we don't. Election will never save Nigeria. Election cannot save Nigeria.
It cannot save Nigeria. No, clearly that one. It really needs to an overhaul. Like everybody needs to shut down the system.
We go need that Sri Lanka method.
Exactly.
Sri Lanka method. We go do We go do that Sri Lanka method. It's happening in Senegal now. Senegalese are outside now protesting, fighting for their future.
But that's what Nigerians don't do. That has been my challenge.
They are praying. God will intervene.
Don't do that.
But they are afraid. But guess what, though? They are afraid. They are afraid. See, they are afraid. They are afraid. But it's turn by turn. They are buying them every day. Kidnap. If not kidnap them, they go buy them. It's either kidnapper or terrorism. So what's the point? And then the ones when they take otapia, the ones when they drink poison, they buy themselves. What's the point? So whether you like it or not, one way or the other, people are buying every day. Even those who are not to say, when they wake up to say, "Oh, my life is sweet today," they go buy them. They go estate to estate, they go carry some.
Bandits enter your neighbor room.
Carry another one.
Bandits enter your neighbor room. You know, say now you be next.
Exactly. There is no way, and then on top of that one, hunger. People know they fit chop again.
But like
people know they fit chop again.
They are program Nigerians, all right.
That is the panacea for what we are expecting now. Now this hunger go push them come outside.
That's true.
So that's what I'm saying. That the only way for Nigerians to come out will be that hunger will be in the land. There will be hunger.
Yes,
in the land. That's the truth. The hunger is coming. In the next 2-3 months, the hunger will go hit
It's going to be unbelievable. So my problem is that hunger has to trigger a reaction.
It's already triggering it now.
So that reaction,
it's already happening.
That they will have to feed us in that Senate house. They will have to feed us in that Asuro. People should go there and say, feed us. So I think he went there that time. He was going through, I don't know what part of Lagos that Tinubu was going through. And they were saying, we are hungry, oh, we are hungry.
Ebi in power, oh, ebi in power, oh. In his neighborhood, oh, that place is his neighborhood, oh. His neighborhood. Imagine you are in your neighborhood, you are moving around with about 60 vehicles, security personnel in your own neighborhood. That means you were nobody voted for you.
Nobody.
You cannot.
He knows that he stole the mandate. You see,
it's a stolen mandate.
He knows he stole it. But the problem, he thought that when you steal it, like other times, everybody will just go on their business and leave you, like they do other times. But this time is that he stole it, but he can't eat it. You know, when all these people steal from bank, you go and steal dollars or gold from bank, but you don't know how to eat that money because the money is stuck. It's stuck with you. There's nothing you can do.
It's like you are driving in a jungle and the arrays of monkey hijack your vehicle. They can only chase you away, but they cannot move that vehicle.
Yeah.
The monkeys cannot move that vehicle. Yoruba people used to say, "Adìyẹ tó bá bà lé okùn, ara ò rọ okùn yẹn lóòótọ́ o, but ara ò ní rọ ẹdìyẹ yẹn náà." If a fowl jump on top a rope, the rope will be shaking. Even the fowl itself will be shaking. Both will not have rest of mind. So that's what is happening. It's a stolen mandate. He will never be at peace.
Anything you steal, you can't be there.
He will never be at peace.
There's no peace.
He will never be at peace.
Because the people are troubled. They cannot sleep. So how do you want to sleep? I think he's tired. I think he don't tire because
that was why he ran to France. He doesn't know what to do anymore. Imagine you call it a private visit, and you went with our private jet. You went with our presidential jet. Sorry, a private visit. You went with our presidential jet.
I know. Isn't that crazy? You send a private visit. You use press. God.
Now, the question we need to ask ourselves: is the president a private person?
He's not a private person now.
He's not a private person. Anywhere you are going to, you must go with the media. Because all the movements you are moving around is being sponsored, is being financed by the taxpayers' money. So then what is private in it? A president constitutionally only has 30 days, a month break in a year. So however you want to use your break, you must go on your own. Well, when it suits them, they say, we are practicing American presidential system of government. American president, if you have visitor, you will entertain your visitor in your pocket. American president will entertain his visitor in his pocket.
And remember, his son is running things with him. His son basically is running things.
The guy used to attend NEC meeting.
Can you imagine?
Tinubu attends NEC meeting. Tinubu said it now.
Yeah.
He said it is on camera.
That's even that is actually a thing that should get him impeached. That particular
Sheyi Tinubu went to go and watch all this horse racing. What they call it? Horse racing polo in our private jet in Kano. He went with our presidential jets. Now the question is Sheyi Tinubu the president?
He's the president's son.
He doesn't have the access to our president.
Yeah, but even presidents, so-called president's daughter, what's her name? The president's one in that holds Lagos. I've forgotten the lady's name. In charge of market women. She also gives her
that queen, I mean, her first daughter, not being called herself.
First daughter. She dey organize her own press statement. She does her own
I'm telling you, you get people when they follow am, security, everything.
Yeah.
She
She has her own so she has her own levels. You know,
wetin happen
kind
to
of
Oriyomi?
women.
Be like say connection. Go
I think
ahead.
he had a call. The call was coming then. He had
Oh,
to.
okay.
So the woman also, first daughter also does her own too. So at the end of the day, it's a very sorry situation of the Nigerian state, you know, and I think, well, Nigerians will have to react to what they are facing every day. Either they keep doing the same thing we are doing, which is when they hit us, we go back into the wall and just manage, or we begin to form alliance to say, you know what, we cannot continue like this. We need a new order. We need a new system, you know, to move Nigeria to where it's supposed to be. We can no longer continue the way it is. And like what Aisha said, you can't come and start blaming Peter Obi. He's a private citizen. He's a private citizen doing his own thing. He's not in charge of the economy, so nobody should ask him any question. If you want to ask him question, go and look at his manifesto. That's it. If you can copy it, copy it. But if once you don't know, you don't know. You can't deliver what you don't have. It's just as simple as that. What you don't have, you can't deliver it, no matter how you try to do it. So Tinubu that say he knows his economics, will give us agbado in the morning, agbado in the afternoon, agbado. So let him provide it now. At least if he's giving us the corn, you know, let him give the corn. We know that, okay, he promised that his corn he will give us. Give us the corn. But even the corn, people are not seeing. At least if you give people corn, they can eat boiled corn in the morning or akamo in the morning, boiled corn in the afternoon. Then manage and cook it for food in the night. And they go and sleep and drink water. But there's no corn at all. There's no corn. So let him do the one he said he will provide. But he cannot deliver what he doesn't have. So he's going to just he's going down the drain. He's struggling. That's true. The economy is basically, it's just like a car that is already smoking and it's not even moving. It's just gasping for breath. So the car is gone. The engine has knocked. All right, it's coming to a standstill. That is what is happening. The engine of the Nigerian economy has knocked. He has gone to every place looking for investors. Investors don't come anywhere that is not stable. Period. They can't put their money into the lagoon. They are not stupid. No investor is stupid. The world is a global village. They can see everything from the back end, that the economy is not thriving. You don't have sustainability for the economy. So I cannot put my money there. They ask other people why. They will ask this guy and JSK, why did you guys leave Nigeria? They will ask Qatar. They'll ask Qatar and Emirates, why did you people leave Nigeria? They will tell them, don't put your money there. If you put your money, it won't come out. Simple. It's not it's not a rocket science. Investors ask people, oh, Emirates, you guys were in Nigeria. Why do you leave Nigeria and go with the population? People that are traveling, Nigerians travel a lot. They'll say, if you put your money there, they don't give you back your money. They don't give you back your foreign exchange. They hold it. Is that what happens? Yes. And if you go to court, they're in charge of the court. Oh, is that what happens? You know what? Let's avoid it. That's just the simple analogy. So when I see I'm going to get investor where is the investor coming? Are they stupid? You think they put money into the lagoon? No, these investors are like sharks, and they are predators. You know, they don't just put money because of the fun of putting money. No, they are not gambling. They are not gambling. They are not gambling. It's not gambling money. They know when they gamble, and they gamble with a good background around it. When they put their money, yes, they are gambling, but the gamble is with precision. So So no investor is going to come and put money in Nigeria in any sector, whether it's sports or anything, because we don't have the enabling environment. We don't have the right policies. Financial policies are low, and the only people that can borrow him money is the World Bank. But the World Bank will borrow you money, but with stringent rules. And even the World Bank is scared to borrow Nigerian money because the possibility of repayment is highly unlikely, because we cannot pay back. If they borrow us more money, we can't pay back. So all those money they have borrowed, imagine the supplementary budget, and they borrowed money to refurbish apartment for vice president, apartment for president, apartment for president's wife. It's madness. When they borrow that money to do that, and Akpabio and his cronies, we sign off that.
Yep.
And then Akpabio will now say, thank you for signing off that. I have sent you some prayers. He will send them prayers in their emails that they have to off the man's phone. Say, off the mic, don't talk. So what are we doing? When they see that, they say, oh, these guys are jokers. They're using the money to have fun instead of investing their money into their electricity. Has anybody talked about electricity? Invest your money into electricity and change. A man went to Egypt to look at how the Egyptian electric company has been giving Egypt light. And he says, I can do the same thing now. Is this what it is? I can do it. I know how they yab this man. Even Showore yabbed him. So, oh, why is he going to Egypt? Why is he going there? And blah, blah, blah. Why is Obi going to Egypt? Doesn't he know what to do in life? The man is a humble man, well read, but he still wanted knowledge. Let me go and see how the Egyptians have generated light and how they have transmitted it. And if I don't know, I will tell them the same thing you did there. Just come and do it here. I give you permission. Can you deliver this for me? In 4 years, deliver it. Then he knows that when there's light, production will increase. You don't need fuel. You don't need diesel. You don't need that. So it's a lot of sad situation. You know, when you talk of the Nigerian issue, you know, some days you just need to take care of your own mental health, and because even just thinking of it is just crazy. So it's just that now a large population has come into the poverty pool. A large population. The middle class is gone. Nigerian middle class suddenly overnight became poor. That's what has happened. The so-called middle class that's the middle class that somehow survives. That middle class is suddenly poor. The money you had in the bank becomes useless. It's now half. So if you had 1 million in the bank, yes, you are seeing 1 million, but 1 million means 500,000. So the middle class has suddenly become very poor. And then so the ruling class and the so-called elites, they are now the middle class. That's why you notice that people like Abakoba, all those guys that have money businesses, they go to the fuel gozer and they tell the fuel gozer with small voice, just put 1,000 there for me. They cannot take more. They can't fill their tanks. Most of them, if they have 2 megad, now it's 1 megad. They are feeling the pinch, literally. And because the food supply, where does we don't ask this question, where does Nigerian food supply come from? Who are the farmers? People are not in the farms. Down in the south, the southern creeks are all contaminated. The southern farms are all contaminated through oil and gas exploration. So the south is not really farming so much, except the southwest and areas of the southeast that are sometimes they can go to farm, but the southeast has been plagued with a lot of violence and troubles and all that. The southwest is where you can farm, and the middle belt, but there are troubles. So where will the food come? So we are likely going to be importing food from places like Benin Republic and bringing foods from Morocco. So there's big problems. Nigerians have not even seen what is coming. If you can sit down and see what is coming, you know it's scary. I'm not joking, it's scary. Okay, we'll be here in a few months, we'll be seeing it. It's going to be scary. I'm not talking about money now. I'm talking about food to eat, gari to chop, drinking gari. That's what I'm talking about. If it's about money, that one don't thank since. That one don't end. What we are talking about is, will there be food to eat? Will people be able to make bread, wheat, and all that sometimes comes from the north, where we can make flour so that we can make bread? It is already short-circuited. The Ukraine that delivers wheat globally is having war. So there's wheat shortage globally. And Nigeria own that normally comes from the north, there's problem. So there is big issue for the Nigerian state. And the earlier he secures people's lives, then we can have food. If not, my simple advice to Nigerians, if you have a small farm, I'm talking to, if you have a small farm, begin to do some planting of agbado, corn, cassava, like he told us to do. Please let us start doing it so that you can have some food to eat. Plant some small vegetables so that you can have some food to eat, because there's coming scarcity. There is coming scarcity. I'm not a prophet of doom. I'm just telling you, just based on analyzing the way the country is going and the way things are going. If there's no stoppage to these kidnappings and killings drastically, and allowing the farmers go to the farm now that they need to plant, so that harvest time, when we need to get our yams, when we need to get our cassavas, by February now, we're supposed to be getting corn. February, March, that's when you start harvesting our corn, early corn that comes. If we are not able to do these things, then there's disaster looming. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the situation. So it's left for the agbado makers. You see,
Oh
my sister.
wow, Kenny, your sister shut down her bakery in November.
What I'm telling you
Oh my
is the
God.
reality on the ground. The reality on the ground is not funny. It's not funny. It's not like before we can manage it. There will come a time, even your money will not be necessary. You will sell money, there's no need for the money again. Because the money cannot buy anything. There's nothing to buy. Okay, in riverine areas, they eat a lot of fish. All right, let's just use fish. Fish is the most protein that most people in the delta, rivers, south. All right, because the meat that comes to the south is meat coming from the north across the southeast down into the south. So except we eat goats, but very few people rear their meat. So it's fish and dried fish and all those things. But there are issues. There are issues in the southern, fishing communities. Nobody talks about it. They've been down there. And so it's a big problem. It's a big problem. So my problem is not now, because at the end of the day, like I said, the middle class is already into the poverty pocket, because we have added more people into the poverty scale of Nigeria suddenly overnight. And then the top class, a few of them have fallen into the middle class and just barely hanging on. So that's a problem. They need to fix up that. The people that normally give us food, at least we'll say, okay, we have food. The food supplies are in the middle belt and in the southwest. Those food supplies are becoming endangered. That means we're going to have half of our food supply shut out, except we start importing foods. And if we haven't import food, where's the dollar to import it? So it means that we are nearing a food crisis. So my advice in a food crisis is Nigerians, if you have a small farm at the back of your house, try and get things start done so that at least you
You
can
can
feed
even
your
use your plastic container with
yes.
sand,
We should,
water,
yeah, we
just
should
start to
start
dey
finding
grow.
an innovative way
Yes,
to
to grow
start
stuff.
doing some little small gardening,
Yes.
small things,
Mm-hmm.
because what I'm saying is the reality.
That's
Even
true.
bread, you cannot even make bread because look at what Ken is saying, that cost of doing business doesn't make sense anymore. You can't buy fuel, you can't be buying diesel. Somebody that is doing bakery, she will need diesel to keep her bakery going on. How much will she pay for diesel? How much is she paying for fuel to run her generator, to run her bakery machinery? Then she has to now go and buy flour. The person selling flour, it has increased. Cement has increased. Flour has increased. And flour is the food, is the thing that makes bread, which is a staple food for Nigerians. Bread and rice and gari, these three things. Bread, rice, gari, yams. Who they eat yam now these days? Who they eat yam? Let's leave yam. Yam now big man food now. We are talking of the normal food. It is expensive. 200% increase. People can't pay transport now to their workplace because you come out now, the transport of 100 naira has suddenly become 400 naira. So you have to choose when you go to work and when you go to work. There must be arrangements. So what I'm now talking about is the food that children will eat before they go to school. Don't you know that people are withdrawing from private school now? It's okay. We don't have time to talk much. People are going to withdraw their children from private school.
Are they not already doing it? I'm sure they're already doing it.
Everybody go public school, small.
Even those when they send their children abroad now, they go need to make compromises.
No. Abroad now, people, if your child is going to school abroad, you are very wealthy human being. Because a school fees that was $10,000 or pounds, whatever it is, and you have to get your ETA or all those kind of things, how much is it now for Nigeria? How much? It has increased by times 2 or 2.5. So it is not even sustainable. It's not. I've seen situations, that the children have to go back to school, or sometimes what they do is that they go to an African country. Either they go to Mauritius and study, or they go to Ghana, or that's the situation now. All of them are abroad now. As it stands now, that's it. So people are going there. People even go all the way to Chad. People go all the way to Niger SF. That's probably, so people are now going to different areas to for their children to study, not the UK and US. That's too expensive. If you are going there, you have serious money. You really have. Because before, somebody with 4 million naira, of course you can send your child there. But 4 million naira, you can't do it at this moment. 4 million naira cannot send a child to go and do masters. It's not going to work. It will be very hard. So the person needs a lot of money. So who has that kind of money to do that? So let's let's continue to pray for the country. Like I will follow the religious leaders to talk.
No be me and una, una dey pray. I no follow now. They do other one.
Let's pray for the country. I mean, what can we do now?
One I don't wake up, Mona let us know.
We'll pray for the country, but use sense and follow this thing. Oh, abroad is not even taking students again because they know that students don't have money to pay again.
I tell you, say people go dey use sense for this thing. They touch everybody.
It is touching everybody.
They touch everybody.
There was one program we used to watch when we were small. The program was called "The Rich Also Cry." I know that you watched that program.
I did. The Rich Also Cry.
It was a Spanish soap opera or something like that. They call it "The Rich Also Cry." They should be playing those programs again in Nigeria.
See, Anna, private school in Nigeria is in using dollars. People are pulling out from. I'm telling you.
They work again. Nothing. All those effigy where would they do? Middle class has collapsed.
It's gone. No middle class again.
So what is happening is that people are using small sense and going to private, public school. Public school. Just put the children there. Do as if, make your neighbors not see you. No, that's what's going on now. You don't know. That's what's going on. Nigeria, we don't like to. We are not real to ourselves. You go to the churches, you see them on Sunday morning. Everybody is looking prim and proper. Well collected. Meanwhile, na lie. People are suffering. People are struggling. But we are camouflaging it. We're just, we are faking it. But very soon, all those cosmetics that we are doing, all those things, it will fade off. All those things we are using to fake it will fade off. People will now start going to public school. The children will have to go to public school because they can't afford the private school. That's just the truth. Some private schools will close because people cannot pay school fees.
Of course.
That's just the truth. Then let us see whether all this will create pressure that the government can be pressurized. But even if we create pressure, my problem is, what is it that we want? What does Nigeria want? I don't like when I look at this and I say maybe what I want is different from what other people want. Other people may want Tinubu to continue. What is it that Nigeria wants? So Nigeria must tell themselves, what do we want? Do we want to continue Tinubu? You see people in this suffering, they're still supporting Tinubu.
Akobi, they hear. If you go market now, for those who not fit buy food, if I may see, may I let all of una know. All of una they struggle to buy food, struggle no more. When you reach market, just shout Akobi 3 times. All the food stuff when you need, they'll give out to you. That's what's saving now. That name is powerful. So just go market, just shout Akombi. The third one, you go shout and well, make your voice high. Then food stuff go repete.
That voice may be that. My sister, let's just leave them. We'll talk another time.
No, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. In fact, see, like play, I don't do 4 hours. Me when it also I know do past 2 hours today, but this was necessary. But I appreciate,
No worries.
Thank you for your knowledge, for sharing with us. Really appreciate and enjoyed you.
And those that should please like the page. Like.
Thank you. Share the page. Subscribe if you have not yet subscribed, though. Mona, they subscribe. If now what we do. Oh, matter of fact, I'm thinking of doing what's it called? Like a giveaway, right? But you have to be based in Nigeria. You can't be living in the overseas. That's the criteria. You have to be in Nigeria, and so I'm willing to give to either 5 or 10 people, depending. So when I get the numbers, I will let you guys know. I will schedule a time and let you guys living in Nigeria know, and then we can do it here. Because I know the way things hard for Nigeria, or more. e no easy. So the small one I fit do, now I go do so. So you guys share, subscribe, and then we will talk about this some more, and then we'll do something about it. So that's my only two way of contributing
Good
to the
stuff.
headache. You understand? Because there's some good people that are suffering. We not fit ignore, and then you must be obedient. I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. You must be obedient, and you must have a social media presence. And I must investigate the social media. If you not be obedient, you cannot just go and open a social media within 2 days and plaster it with Peter Obi. E no go work. Okay, so that's the criteria. You must be obedient or well-meaning Nigerian, and then either 5 or 10 people I go choose, but we go dey play am by ear until we have those people, and then I go schedule am. All right, guys, thank you very much. See you though. Thank you. Good night. God go bless you for me. I really appreciate. Thank you. Brother Oriyomi, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate you. Mazi Prince, thank you. Ify, thank you so much. Hmm? Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, so Ray, they must be obedient to, honestly, forget. I not send anybody, Papa. If you are not obedient, don't come to this platform. So make I do wetin I fit do small for them. And then so that's it. I'll see you guys on my next one. Kenny, thank you very much. Thank you to all my super chatters. Thank you so much. Obi, thank you. CKP, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Now God na him go bless you now, whether una like am or not. Ray, thank you very much for stopping by. Highly favored. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Tony South. Tony South is already gone already. Please, South Africa, abeg, make una leave our brothers, abeg. Misty, thank you. I know Misty go don go bed by now. Neka, my darling. Neka was here earlier. She's gone as well. So, guys, I will certainly see you on my next one. Good night. Thank you all. Bye.